make your way towards Langston and specifically enter by land, leaving your sky ship in the port of New Callum. You didn't really stop in New Callum for much. You just picked up a carriage. And remind me, is your carriage just being towed by your nightmare?
If it,
So
if it's capable
Holy
of it.
shit.
If not, we'll, I guess, buy a couple more horses that won't get
A
eaten.
nightmare?
I feel like the other horses are not gonna
Yeah.
willingly
Sorry, I glossed over some things. I think people left the session before they got into that, but I think
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
someone eventually went through some of the things that Gunnar left you, and one of them was like a little idol of like an obsidian horse. And essentially, after activating it, it's a giant horse named Lucky that's got a mane of like pure fire that can pull people into the ethereal realm. So you've got like this like fiendish nightmare horse.
That is awesome.
Also, it's gunner sized, which means on its own, it's not super feasible to ride because you'd be very prone to just falling off. Varric
It'd be like
could,
four of us on it.
yeah, you guys would essentially be like halflings on like a regular sized horse. So,
But I could do it?
I'd say yeah, because Gunnar was super large, but he was also a dwarf. So you're about like as tall as Gunnar. He was just like way wider. So yeah, Varric would probably be the only one who could ride this horse. I mean, everyone could ride it, but Varric would be the only one who like wouldn't have a penalty. Okay, so with that in mind, you are making your way towards Langston, and if I recall, you took Danny Boy along with you because he said he had a contact in Langston that I don't think anyone is asking anything about.
No.
Yes.
Cool. All right. So with that, you guys are all kind of crammed in this carriage. Danny Boy will be on top, just kind of like very nervously holding reins to your nightmare. You're definitely getting stares from people that kind of ride by, like merchants and things like that, because essentially what you see is a massive, like magically enlarged, like demon horse pulling a tiny, cheap, shitty carriage that you guys only cost up 25 gold pieces for. That's got people like hanging out of it because of how crammed it is. I'm gonna say 2 people are also riding up top with Danny.
I'll be up top with them.
Okay.
I gave him charge of Lucky, so I make sure he doesn't die.
I'll be up there because I assume I'm the most cramped in the cabin.
Yeah. So people are just like staring horrified at like whatever this is that's on the road.
Is this an intentional pun? The nightmare and the nightmare?
Sort of, but it's actually a D&D creature.
Okay.
So, as you are heading, you kind of see you're heading now to the east. You're watching the city of New Callum kind of slowly disappear in the distance. There is just a road that leads to Langston, and you're essentially having to travel up like a cliffside and then back down.
Cool.
So, as you cross the Great Bridge, the majority of your travel is actually going to be crossing the Great Bridge that goes to the east of New Callum. So it's this giant stone bridge with a lot of merchants traveling between here and Brightwater. And as you do, Varric is probably the only one tall enough to see over the railing, but looking down, hugging the coastline, you can see the giant kind of haphazard flotilla that makes up Langston, where you have all these like Viking longboats, all these ships just kind of tied together with like a mismatch of some areas that look like they were actually old FETC structures from back in the day. Um, so as you cross the bridge and make your way down, there's now kind of this series of river deltas that you're having to cross. I would like someone to roll a d10 for me, please.
We should do some fishing.
Who's doing it?
You got
I'll
it,
do it.
James? Are you doing it? You look like you were rolling.
I'll do 8.
Okay, Jasmine got it. Okay. So, as you as you are going through this river delta, there's a series of small rushing streams. None of them get super large until you reach a location where pretty obviously there was a rope bridge here that has been destroyed. It's pretty clear that almost no one travels this road. In Langston, everything's pretty much there's no laws, so there's no reason to smuggle things in, and it's just a really inconvenient way to travel. Almost anyone going there would just go either through Brightwater or by sea. I would ask we could do 2 people can throw in a perception check here.
I'll throw one down.
Who's got good
I'll
eyes?
take one.
Oh, jeez, that was terrible.
I think
Perception.
Jessica was trying to jump in. She was just muted, so we'll
Oh,
give her.
sorry.
Go for it.
So the Samugi and Alara.
13.
Perception. That was a 24. Okay, 24.
Nice.
Okay.
Damn.
And you said 13, Alara?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, a couple things. This rope bridge looks like it was cut a very long time ago. And looking around the posts of it, you guys have essentially stopped because you're now stuck and can't get to where you need to go. Looking around the posts of it, you watch as Samui kind of bends down and like just does a little bit of light digging, kind of with his hands, kind of sifts through some of the dirt. You see a makeshift dagger that is has just been covered by like dirt, wind, and just time. And something else hard, and you feel some bones that you unearth. So it looks like something happened here. With that roll, you begin to hear like something beyond a stony ridge that's near the river delta, and you just see like a faint, like little stone, like gently fall down this ridge. Surveying the area, you would notice the only possible way through would now be a very old tree that has fallen over one of the rivers here and struck the other side that you may be able to walk across. But at this point, you would not be able to take a carriage or a horse.
How
Unless
far
you got
across
some-
is it
this
to the
would
other side?
This would be a 30-foot gap.
Okay.
Do we want to tie off and
I think I can magic this if we've got some trees around. I mean, there's that tree on the ground. I just need
You mean the
some
one that's across, like a bridge?
raw materials. We got some wood.
We could just walk across it.
Yeah, but what about the horse and the carriage?
Yeah.
You think anyone's gonna
I
steal that demon horse?
I can literally build a bridge right now, Varric. I just need some wood.
Well, okay.
Hey, if you want to
And I
use...
can't cut down trees, so
I could try and cut a tree down using primal savagery. It'd take a long time. It's just sit there and acid claw it until it comes down.
Literally Minecraft it.
I'm gonna start smashing a tree
There you go.
with my hammer.
Your hand.
Hammer.
Okay.
Wait, I have hand axes.
perfect.
Y- For
That's like exactly what axes are
No.
for.
Now, Sundara, I think I know what you're trying to do right now.
You could use the tree that's fallen.
Yeah, I don't think you need the material to be in a Minecraft cube format. I think you could just do it with things that are there, if I'm not mistaken.
It just says raw material. Well, I don't know what's considered raw material. I
Yeah.
guess in my head, I'm imagining blocks.
I mean,
Little
technically, all
planks.
these materials.
I mean, I would
very
make the argument that the tree is made out of a raw material. I think it's maybe if it was like a more complicated structure or something like that, you might have to kind of break it down. Like if it was like made out of multiple different things, you kind of have to separate them. But I think you can just do this.
Okay, then I'll start casting fabricate, which will take me
That's fucking awesome.
a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Wooden
So
bridge from a
before
clump
you
of
do
trees.
this, give me an intelligence check.
Gotta get at that. Um, 19.
Okay. So with a 19, I don't think you've ever casted this spell before. In fact,
The only time I did was messing with the ship last session. That was the first time.
this is a clockwork sorcerer specific spell, isn't it?
I think it's a sorcerer specific spell,
Oh.
but I don't think it's
I think it's on
clockwork
like an
specific.
expanded spell. Regardless, so you can create a large plank of wood that extends from one part of the bridge or one part of the that can cover this clearing. In 8 connected 5-foot cubes. So I mean, you're literally Minecrafting right now. So you can do this, but you might not be able to speak to the integrity of the
Certainly.
yeah.
Certainly
So
not.
you can make something that is shaped like a bridge.
Awesome. How fast can this thing go?
The
The
carriage?
horse or the bridge?
I'm
I
gonna,
mean,
I'm
it's
gonna
gonna take me
my
like 10
broom and
minutes.
I'm gonna fly across just to be safe.
No, how fast can the horse go?
Presumably very fast.
Faster than us,
Mm.
I think.
Let's get.
So he wants to do like a
Oh.
post-construction inspection, you know,
Oh,
just
yeah.
to
Yeah,
Sure.
like walk
Thank
across
you.
it
Yeah.
and see like okay.
safety.
See if there's something I should shore up, or I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Yeah.
this spell is
OSHA
going to take long. It
representative.
takes 10 minutes to
Okay.
cast the spell. So, Samugi, as you know, come to terms with the fact that you do not own a hard hat, you look up and you see 3 goblins
Goddamn,
that are
I
just like
knew that's what
God
this was.
damn.
down from the ridge, and you watch as they look at you, and their eyes kind of scan. They like realize that they've kind of been caught, and their eyes kind of scan the rest of your party, and you watch as they all their eyes land on Varric, and they now look a little bit unsure.
And the nightmare that's standing next to us.
Yeah, and the nightmare that's
Nightmare
standing.
Clydesdale.
The Varric is fetting.
Yeah. So they're just kind of like frozen now.
Yeah.
It's made of fire, just so you know.
Okay.
Well, Samugi shares observation, just simply stating, I don't know how much trouble they're going to be, but it looks like, we could potentially have some trouble as we're trying to cross this bridge. And he just like points to the goblins, which are now in plain sight, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I growl at them?
Give me an intimidation check with advantage.
Can I? Oh, never mind. I don't need a help.
How far away are
and real quick, you can roll that and hold that. I gotta run for my dice real quick.
I feel like our game has a lot of engineering in it.
Advantage. I love it.
I don't know how long this carriage is gonna last in Langston.
We don't need
I'm
it.
assuming as soon as we get to Langston, it's gone.
Yeah.
As long
Is
as
she
we
a
have a
magical
horse.
one we can shrink, but it's actually fitting for the nightmare? They have a nice
No.
carriage that.
Oh, we should buy that. That's a
That'd
great
be
idea.
cool.
And then every time we shrink the horse back down to the figurine, it's just a cute little horse and carriage.
Yeah,
can just get a
so
little
they're playing with it on
figurine
the
set.
table.
You know, we
Accidentally
could probably
activate
get
it
something
and
like
go,
that
"Shit."
in Curse's Folly.
We definitely should buy that. We just put it on our table.
We're doing it.
As a decoration. Like,
All right.
Sorry, activate
Varric
the
intimidation.
21.
Okay. So you watch as Varric just kind of subtly. I mean, why don't you tell me, like, what does this look like? Like, how do you want to do this?
Well, once she points them out, I just kind of. I look directly at them. Do they react at first when I make eye contact?
So, for the sake of this, I'm gonna say I would like to think that Varric is maybe like kind of near the horse or something, where it's like he's not exactly visible, and then when he turns and actually squares up, he kind of grows a size. So yeah, as that happens, like they're very visible. They're just like out in plain sight because Samugi saw them as they were trying to make an ambush.
Well, I'm just gonna like kind of roar at them like a
Oh, hey, Alex, how far away
like
are
a
they from us?
beast.
Okay. So
Shrek telling them to get out of the swamp.
Hey, I've got a very mean thing I can do. How far away are they from us?
They're about 30 feet.
Can I do something mean and cast Thorn Whip on one of them and pull them off the edge?
Yes, you can.
Whoa, hold on.
Yeah, do your thing.
Yeah.
Do your thing.
We have not yet. We have not yet started an encounter. I'm trying to that.
Yeah, do your thing. Like I said, I have a backup plan that I want to be mean.
Okay, so Alara, as you're watching this unfold, I'm going to give you a chance to decide if you want to go through with this or just hold it.
Does
so
it look to be work? Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, here's the thing: you guys like defeated a steel dragon, and in front of you are 3 goblins.
Yeah.
So like,
We
I
can
would
profit
say
them.
it would make sense that maybe you're not, just with what you're seeing right in front of you, like super thinking that this is like a life or death situation. This looks like a good place for an ambush, and you kind of get the sense that like maybe some of the travelers that have made their way through this place have been ambushed. But again, you guys are like not the typical run-of-the-mill, traveler that's just going to randomly come across. So with that in mind, Varric just roars. You kind of hear this like, "Eh," and then like 3 of them just start like scampering up the mountain. One of them actually slips and tumbles down the rocks and is now about like 10 feet in front of Samugi.
Oh.
Actually,
Poor little guy.
We're adopting him. That's the one. We haven't done it yet.
We have a goblin that's covered in dynamite.
He's homicidal.
Yeah, that's different. He's not adopted. He's just glommed onto
So
us.
as he tumbles down, his head kind of smashes into a jagged rock, and he's dead.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I mean, technically, like bleeding out or bleeding in, but yeah, but so he's like gonna be dead within a few seconds. But yeah, he's gonna be dead.
Oh, that's
Is there a way to
unfortunate.
save him?
I can.
Should
Walk
we?
over to him. Is he just laying there on the ground like fucked up?
Yeah. Like he fell down a 30-foot drop of like sheer rock and cracked his little goblin skull like into a jagged rock and is like
Okay.
Actually, very sad.
So I'd walk over to him and look at you guys.
That's a cool
Should I save him? I feel kind of bad now.
Yeah,
End him.
I think you should save him.
End him.
And I will. I'll put my hand on his wound
Finish him.
and cast Cure Wounds of first level.
Wasted a spell slot on this thing.
Yep. He regains 11 hit points.
Maybe he'll help us in the final battle.
okay.
Doubt it.
You you kind of hear something like a squelching noise from inside its head, and then you watch as it kind of like slowly like kind of dizzily gets up and then is kind of just like wobbling, and then you hear this like as like his bone on the side of his like skull snaps back into place, and then he just like is kind of sleepily just blinking there, like you don't even think he sees you right now. He's just like,
You okay, little buddy?
he kind of like blinks his eyes open, looks at you, and then like growls, bares his teeth, and like pulls out this little goblin shiv and like holds it up to you.
No.
And then his eyes like flicker over to Varric, who's just standing there menacingly, and then he just like drops the shiv and like holds up his hands and slowly tries to like back away, back towards the mountain ridge that he climbed up.
All right, we're not gonna hurt you. Do any of you guys know how to speak Goblin?
Kind of.
Kind of.
Ask him if there's any other ambushes waiting for us along the path.
You know who used to speak Goblin?
So
Max
if you
Danger.
ask that, you oh wait. As you ask that, he doesn't appear to speak common.
Are we really going to talk? It's a fucking goblin. They were gonna.
Yeah, there was probably an ambush. Just I feel bad for the little guy now.
I'll use my universal speech feature on this singular guy.
All right.
Calling down from the carriage. Hey, now would be a good time to run, I think. Consider this your second life. Maybe take up carpentry or something. You kind of suck as a bandit.
Give me a. Do you wanna persuade or intimidate him? Like, what do you want him to do right now?
Just leave with his
Okay.
life.
I mean, here's the thing. I'm not gonna ask you to make an intimidation check because, obviously, like,
23.
yeah. Okay. Can you can't understand what he says back.
No, I don't think I can. But
Okay. So he just responds in kind of like a squeaky goblin voice, and then just starts like scampering up the.
Falls down again?
Dude.
we tried.
The DC
Falls-
wasn't high, and I rolled a natural one.
Let's just leave him. Let's just leave him be. Like he's on his.
So Cass, as you say that, he's kind of like, and like turns around and like scampers up, immediately slips, falls back down, hits his head.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna say, how much did you heal him for?
11 points of damage. Or 11 points of healing, sorry.
Hits his head again, doesn't do enough to kill him, kind of like turns around, looks at you, and then just like, like brushes past Alara, scampers underneath your carriage, and just dives headfirst into the river.
Okay.
Like more swimming than he is climbing.
So
How far down is the river?
He's not meant for this life.
it's like a 20-foot drop, and it's rapids.
Oh, Jesus. He's dead.
I feel like I haven't been paying attention. I've been focused on building the bridge, and all of a sudden there's just a goblin, a bloody goblin, jumping in the water, and I'm like, what is going on back there, guys?
Yeah, you hear
Oh,
you're kind of focused. You hear some talking, and then you hear like some crunching sounds of goblin, and then like this bloody thing just kind of scampers in front of you. So as this happens, as Sandara is completing the spell, Cassius, you get a strange sense of, I don't know, it's odd. It's like nostalgia from being in this area. You don't know what it is, but there's something about it. You feel like you've been here before, yet you definitely haven't.
To this
And
specific
specifically in the
place.
in the area around the rope bridge, like you just look at it and you're like, I've seen this before, knowing that you haven't seen it.
Hmm. Sundar, how much longer do you got on that spell?
Just a couple more minutes.
Yeah. As you say that, Sundar, you're just about finishing up. So while we leave Cass to kind of meditate on that or do whatever he wants with that,
Does he look?
how do you want to? I mean, you've got 30 feet, so you can make 5-foot cubes. You can essentially get across. Then you've got 10 feet of material to spare.
Underneath to build supports, maybe? I don't know how bridges work. Yeah, like a little,
Little
you know.
crossbeam things right at the end.
I mean, I've seen a bridge. I'm just making a bridge like
Yeah,
I've seen.
sure. With your first intelligence check, yeah, you could do like. Here's the thing: you could do either like 2 kind of shitty crossbeams that probably aren't going to do a whole lot, or 1 functional one, but just on one side.
Oh yeah, that's one side is probably fine.
Just have it jump the
This side, I don't
Okay.
know.
The one towards you or away from you?
Away from us. Other side. We
Probably
need.
towards us.
I was
No?
gonna go with towards.
Say towards us and Dukes of Hazzard that bitch and just jump.
Yeah.
Just jump, like run and jump.
You know, build up some momentum so that maybe we'll like.
Yeah.
Yeah, we build up momentum before we hit the
I
bridge.
feel like she's most okay as she's building this bridge that she's never built a bridge before. She's most focused on like the first pieces, and then as she gets further in, like she keeps walking out with each 5-foot section that she makes, but she's getting more and more exhausted, like doing something. She's just like, I have no clue what the hell I'm doing.
Okay.
So
yeah, your
the front
nerd
part
one
is
right
short
now.
up.
Make a sick ass bike ramp, please.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So we'll decide. Is the support is on your side?
Yeah, side closest to us.
Okay. Samugi, go ahead, and you were kind of hoping to do some inspections here. Go ahead and give me a tinkering check.
Is it an action to revert Lucky to figurine form?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't we just do that and push the carriage across?
Honestly, we could have just walked across the log and left the carriage because it's kind of useless. But this is more fun.
Yeah.
What was that?
Flex our spells a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this thing isn't up to any sort of code, certainly not yours. Um, the horse would have immediately crumpled this bridge.
Oh shit.
So reverting the horse is definitely a good idea. Um, as far as the carriage making it across, um,
Maybe.
if there was no other weight on the bridge, the carriage could probably slowly make it across.
Thorn whipped the carriage over to us.
That
I could
doesn't sound too well.
telekinesis the carriage across the bridge.
Is that going to cost?
Build a whole bridge and then use magic to not use said bridge.
Question:
What do we
Question.
think of that idea?
How far
Okay.
after the bridge is it for us to get to?
To Langston?
Yes.
I mean, distance-wise, it's probably about like 5 miles,
We can
but
walk
you've
across the
you've still got some of the river delta to go.
We can walk it.
Yeah.
So we're not going to take the.
Let's just shrink the horse and walk our asses across the bridge.
I mean, we can try to hide
I'll-
the carriage if we want it on the way back, instead of walking.
The goblins
back.
will take it.
Yeah, I mean, most likely. We paid so little for it.
What is in the carriage even?
Why didn't we just walk this whole time?
Because
It wouldn't take
somebody
longer.
wanted.
We had a cool horse.
What do you think, Danny boy?
Oh, he's been very quiet.
He goes, I mean, this has all been really, really enlightening traveling with you all. I was quiet because I just wanted to kind of absorb, kind of take notes. I really liked how you dealt with that goblin. It was a really series of unfortunate events for the little guy. I almost felt bad. Sorry. What do we do here? I don't know that the carriage is doing a whole lot for us, but we did just wait 10 minutes to craft this bridge, so it kind of seems like what I would do is just double down at this point and then just work this out.
Sunken
I'm good
cost.
flying across the bridge.
Sunken cost fallacy.
Great insight, Danny.
Besides, by that same logic, you didn't pay much for the carriage, so if it tumbles to the bottom of this river, it's like, that's your hiding place for it.
Well, why don't we all cross a bridge and then like lasso or like tie like a rope and pull the carriage across while we're already waiting on safety?
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny
said-
immediately just like points at something and goes like, "Yeah, that's what I want to do."
Okay, I take a rope out and tie it to the front of the carriage.
Okay.
And then I'll
You can
walk.
like line it up.
Yeah. I'm not gonna just. Yeah. I
Okay.
let everybody else go first. Cross the
Okay,
bridge.
everyone else goes first. I would like everyone crossing to just roll a d20.
Oh god.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, before this, Sundara, give me a spellcasting ability check for your fabricate spell.
Okay. That's a 7.
7?
Or
I
So
don't know. I rolled.
You rolled a 2.
I rolled
A
a 2.
fucking an acorn falls on it and the bridge just goes.
Okay.
We're too deep.
That's
Let's
been
just do
so long on it.
So I'll tell you what. I'll let you add your proficiency modifier to that.
Okay.
are there
So
any
that-
improvements Samugi can make non-magical? I am handy with a
The
toolkit.
thing is like you could, but it would be another like couple of hours that you would spend here when you guys have like other answers of getting across without the carriage. So what is that plus your proficiency, Sandara?
11.
11. Okay. All right.
Not a good
So
face.
we're gonna do a little
Flying
like
across
weight
on
check
my
here. So
broom.
We
Samugi,
literally could have just Misty stepped across.
yeah. So Samugi can get across just fine. So who wants to? We'll say Samugi can go first. Who wants to go next?
I'm gonna
I mean,
fly
I'll
across to
go.
the Savior side, and if it goes, I will. It's gonna hurt, but I'm gonna thorn whip one of you fuckers to me.
Okay.
If it goes, I can pull you 10 feet closer.
Suggestion: maybe you just catch us on your flying broom.
It's not gonna hold everybody. It only holds like me and Samugi, I think, right?
We're only
Yeah.
going one at a
One
time.
at one at a time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not throwing you the broom because if I lose my broom, I'll be pissed.
No, just like hover next to us, stick out a hand, and we're like, oh,
Yeah, the
gotcha.
broom wouldn't be able to fly with the weight of 2 people.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Only me and Samugi can fit on it.
So who's going next?
I'll go next because I will feel responsible if somebody falls in.
Okay. So go ahead and roll a straight d20.
Oh. You know what?
Oh,
This
Oh
this is
no!
something with this roller. I got a 1.
Okay.
Oh no!
Okay.
Right away.
So Sindara, um, you kind of very gingerly begin walking on the bridge, solid as a rock. You understand that there's like that one cross beam you put into place. So obviously the first part's going to be, you know, better than the last. And as you kind of continue slowly moving, there is one point about 3/4 into the way where there's like this creaking noise, and the bridge just begins to, like, the tip of it that was connected to the other side of the ravine, you now begin to notice that that is pretty much like wet and desiccated earth. So the entire cliff bank on the other side, just with like the little amount of your weight on it, has now begun to collapse, where it's not the bridge that's collapsing, it's the actual whole ravine. So you watch as now the whole thing just like gently slides. And you're just go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
I was gonna say, can I help with a thorn whip and try to like
It's not
pull her
my
towards me?
engineering, it is the environment.
Yeah.
So you can.
For-
The thing is, you would pull her 10, 10 feet to safety. So you would just pull her 10 feet to somewhere
Oh,
else.
Does
okay.
inversion only work like if I attach myself to someone else? Can I also invert the other person? That'd be so
No.
cool.
No,
Please say yes.
no. Well, actually, if you combine it with another
Blink
charm,
check.
you can do that.
That was so.
Yeah,
But I
that's
don't.
right. Who is that?
Right?
Need to
Yeah.
give Samugi the blink check charm.
Yeah.
God.
That's an 11.
Okay. So
I'd reaction cast guidance on her.
that won't help. So as you we need to like make you take a course on the difference between an ability check and a saving throw.
Yeah, I know.
So as this whole cliff bank goes down, Sandara, you just kind of like fall on your butt, which is kind of nice because you've now got like a lower center of gravity, and the whole bridge now kind of listlessly gets like carried by the river. So the very tip of it is still attached by some broken planks, and you're now on like this fishtail that is now kind of hanging out by the rapids, just like sitting down on essentially this boat ramp.
I'm never building anything ever again.
It was your first try. You did good.
Just well, I'm just gonna Misty step to the other side.
Okay. Before you do, give me a quick perception check.
Okay. 13.
Okay. As you are about to do that, you see that there is another what looks like a carriage that is broken in the riverbed, like right where you are. You can vaguely see like something shiny in like the kind of like passenger like window, like a little glint.
So it's like 15 feet from the, because it's about halfway through the water.
Yeah. The water is only about like 10 feet deep. So it's almost at the surface of the water.
Okay, I want to try something, and I don't know if it's going to work, so I'm just going to throw it out here. Could I telekinesis the carriage up? Or whatever's underneath me up?
Yeah, you could 100% try.
Yeah.
Like, it... I would say, without making you make any check, like, a normal carriage, you could 100% do. The question is, like, how much weight of this thing being, like, how melded to the river has it been? Like, how much time has passed? So, like, is it within that weight limit? Is really
Do or
the
do not.
question.
There is no try.
Okay.
As you ponder this, the like kind of planks on the bridge holding this thing together kind of like creak, and you just like gently list out like another 5 feet.
How big is this object?
Uh,
Would this be large?
It'd be a large object.
I'm gonna do something weirder than telekinesis.
Okay.
I'm gonna animate object and tell it to scoop me and get me to the other side, if possible.
You're gonna animate the carriage.
Yeah.
And you're gonna jump on it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. This is a Sundara show right now, so give me a
I
quick,
didn't.
polite
Just-
acrobatics check.
I really just
We'll
wanted to make a
lightly-
nice bridge for us to cross.
Look, I
just-
hate to make it seem like I was punishing you for using Fabricate, which is a very cool spell that we don't get to see that often, and I'm so glad that you took it.
But you
But,
rolled shitty.
Yeah.
I want to dump it immediately. I'm just kidding. 14 acrobatics.
Okay. So you jump on, kind of slip a little bit because it's very slippery wood, but you're now like completely soaked because you're chest deep, having to like reach down and like hold on to this thing. You cast the spell and animate it. Yeah, that you're not wrong. That is weirder.
Everybody else is just like, what the hell is Sundara doing right now?
Varric is taking a seat on the ground.
Yeah, we're just chilling on the side watching the show.
This is now taking longer than
Like,
it should have.
whole time I could have just wall of forced a bridge, but I wanted to try to fabricate.
Okay. How does this work?
Don't
Oh,
you
it
have
has a
more?
flying speed.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It gets a flying speed.
We have a Pegasus carriage now?
Okay.
It can attack too if something
I
happens.
love how many huge spells we're just blowing with this, like
I know, right? That's always what
the
happens too.
classic like D&D, like you see a 30-foot gap across this river. How do you get across?
6th level spell.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so for the carriage, Sundara, last roll, you need to make a strength check for the carriage.
Oh,
It has
okay.
a flying speed, so I'm going to give you advantage. It has a strength
Okay.
score of 14 per the spell, which means it has a modifier of +2.
Okay. Come on. I feel like that natural one, it balanced my... Yes! Okay, that is a 19, so a 21.
Nice.
So I rolled the DC. I rolled a D6, a D8, and a D10, and I got an 8 and a 2 and a 10. So the DC was 20.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Can we just keep this carriage and ditch the old carriage?
So
It's
this
one
carriage
long,
is
it's fine.
specifically a lot heavier, and it's a lot nicer, and apparently has a fly speed
We
for a
have
minute.
lives.
For a minute.
For a minute. And it can attack. So
That is
Yeah.
fucking
So
awesome.
you watch as Sundara like flies up. It's now gonna like tip over. I've made you roll enough, so I'm gonna say you're able to hang on to the edge
thank
as
God.
it rights itself, and just like completely dunks all of its contents of water over your face. And then just like flies over, and then you can like drop off on the side, and you've just got like this like kind of whimsical like Beauty and the Beast like floating carriage like right in front of you, just like waiting for instructions.
Go get everyone else.
It just sort of like turns around and just kind of like whimsically makes its way towards the rest of the group.
I quickly
Sorry guys, the bridge collapsed and then I saw a carriage and it had something shiny in it, so and then I'm
That is
I'm
so
just gonna
cool how you did that.
Something shiny.
Yeah, what was
Yeah.
shiny?
I don't
Hold
know. I
on.
sent it to go get in the carriage. It's only gonna fly for a minute. Get in the carriage.
I quickly untie my rope from the other carriage.
Okay. And
Before
you'll
I
hop
can,
in.
yeah.
Okay.
It's like damp.
You know,
The
Sundar,
squishy web seats.
that was beautifully chaotic. I think I'm just gonna make my own way across.
No, that makes perfect sense. I get it.
I get in the carriage.
Okay.
I like carriage. I
Okay.
trust
I'm like
Sundara.
soaking wet, half covered in mud. I'm just like,
We don't need
Okay.
those spell slots.
So, Cass, how are you getting across?
I'm going to Misty Step, but I don't know,
Lure?
something
Oh, just so you know, it's now a 50-foot gap.
20 feet disappeared. Okay. I'll get in the carriage.
Okay. Okay. So watch as Cass is like,
Reluctantly.
I'll make my own way across. It kind of steps up to the ridge, kind of like scans it for a while, and then just like defeatedly says that and gets in the carriage. Okay. So as you get to the other side, anyone who got in the carriage notices there's like this kind of nobleman's skeleton in there with like the full-on like it's like purple and gold attire. This looks like one of the it looks like an emissary of Brightwater because he's wearing the regalia of the queen. He's full on like pearl clutching a like little treasure box that he's like dyed with. And he's got like the full on like silks, like pouffant cap. Looks very noblemanly. Completely skeletal, like not an ounce of flesh on this thing. So you don't know how long it's been here, but it's just like sitting there, like mouth agape, just like holding this treasure box.
Varric, help me with this. Probably
Okay.
just rip his arms off. I don't know if there's.
Can I try to uncurl his arms without ripping them off? I don't know why.
Give me a dexterity check.
I don't know why I
Yes,
gotta
enemy dead.
be so violent all the time because
Already dead.
yeah, we don't have to go around desecrating bodies. You said dexterity?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just try and rip them off then.
What'd you get?
4.
Okay. So you watch as Varric says that and like reaches in very gently, like grabs the arm and like unbends it. And as he just like gently tries to unbend the elbow, you watch as the shoulder breaks off.
Fuck it, toss that hand.
Yeah, you toss that behind you. The rest of the skeleton just like completely crumbles, and you can grab the jeweled box, no problem.
I open it immediately
Okay.
without without even looking
Without
at it.
testing for traps.
No,
Could be.
nothing.
Okay.
Huh? Is it unlocked? Just an unlocked box?
Yeah.
Yeah, open it.
6-year delayed fireball inside.
Okay.
Cool.
Um.
I can tank that.
I can't.
Well, sucks to suck.
Only like the third time you would have died to a fireball. It's fine.
This would be the second group I've lost.
Okay. So, as you, um, open this chest, you see a couple things kind of packed in, like with various like linens. The first thing you pull out is this like beautiful ceramic jug with arcane runes along each side. It's like a gallon container.
Is it open?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is there liquid inside of it?
Yes.
What? I'll take a small taste. What is
This-
it?
Brother, that's been buried for who knows how long next to a dead.
I
You're
think-
drinking dead
I
body
think
right
that's
now.
just river water. That
You
might just
take
be
a-
river
you take
water.
a small taste.
Yeah.
This is perfectly carbonated beer.
I look around my group. Who seems like the most alcoholic, aside from myself?
I can't answer that for you. I think you can answer that for yourself.
I give this to Cass. Yeah, take a sip.
That was my answer too, for
Yeah.
what it's worth.
Take a sip. Trust me. Trust me. You trust me, right?
Gotta
I'll
get
save your
you,
life.
yeah.
All right, this is a show of trust. I better not be drinking dead body. And I'll slowly take. I'll smell it, before it hits my lips. And, oh,
As he puts it up, I'd push it back. Give him a full, long
You
drag
push
of it.
back. Yep, it gets on your beautiful clothes. Yeah. This is to your palate. This is a crisp. This is like a lager. It's chilled. Um, yeah, perfectly balanced. Got like a nice malty flavor to it.
okay. Magical beer. I didn't want to be. That's fine. I trusted you. I see how much I should trust you moving forward now. Would you like to take a sip again?
No, I'm
Good.
fine.
It's mine.
What else is in there? What's in the box?
You see a like a staff that, as it goes to the end of it, you just see like this little knob and a bird's beak coming off of it.
I take it.
Yep.
I see the bird beak.
Yep.
Toss it to fucking Alara.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oi! Knock
Okay.
yourself out.
And then you see like something wrapped in linens as you just like rip it open like it's Christmas.
Whoa, I'll be respectful of the linens.
Okay, you undo it. This you kind of hold it open. This is like there's like a cloak that goes, like a very fancy looking cloak that goes over your clothes.
I adorn the cloak.
Is it
Okay.
Brightwater Noble colors or just plain cloak? Is there a
Yeah,
house
what's the
sigil
look?
on
Is
it?
it cool?
It's actually white and gold.
Oh, definitely putting that on.
It's got no sigils on it. And Varric, as you put on the cloak, you watch as it kind of like magically elongates to kind of fit your form.
So cool.
And then very slowly, it just kind of like picks itself up. And there's now like a heroic wind where it's just kind of like billowing.
Fuck.
Yeah, is the rest of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, is there anything else in the chest?
Scanning through the rest of it, you see a couple scattered coins. It looks like some stuff was like pretty haphazardly thrown in here. There's about 120 gold pieces.
I give the box containing the gold to Cass to put in the.
A jeweled like treasure box. It's a nice. The box might be worth more than that.
I told him to put it in the thing,
Yeah.
in the hole.
I'll look for a flat spot on the ground and unfurl the portable hole.
Okay.
Unceremoniously, to just toss it in.
Okay. Now,
Before we go, I would like to use my monocle to inspect the cape I just adorned myself with.
Sure.
To identify it.
Yep. So it's got 2 different curses.
Awesome.
I'm kidding. This is just a cloak of billowing. You put it on, and it always has like hero wind, no matter where you are.
Cool. I assume that's an actual item. Oh, it is.
Yeah, yeah.
It should be, but I think the actual item allows you to turn off that effect with an action. This one cannot be turned off.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
Okay.
I am now wearing it. It's a part of my costume.
You've got full plate on still, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're looking badass.
Yeah, it's just
Super
like he's
cool.
got like the this is like the Dark Souls trailer thing, you know, like he's got
Yeah.
like the
Easily just became the face of the Remnants.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Oh yeah, mascot.
Yeah.
I will say the cloak is kind of like tattered too. Like
No,
it's
that's even better.
it looks like at one point it was like pristine. And I will say the cloak itself, it's a very weak form enchantment that's just on a few of the like main threads that hold it together, but this thing is not like impervious to damage and wear and tear.
No, it's fine.
It can also be like dyed and you know all that stuff.
No, gold and white's cool. Those are new colors.
Yeah. Is anyone else doing anything as you made it across? Are you doing anything with your other carriage?
I'm just like wiping mud off.
Cool. And just so you know, this carriage is missing a wheel.
Carriage is on the other side. We abandoned that, right? Like it's just
It's
we're just
gone.
in there. Lucky is in my pocket.
Yeah.
We're just making our way.
While Sandara is cleaning herself, I'll go over and press the digitizer.
Oh, thank you.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, so you're instantly cleaned and dried. I'll say, Cat, because we, as Varric heroically with his billowing cloak, just like unsoiled Sandara. So, Cassius, there's previously a moment where you had that kind of feeling of nostalgia here. You still have it on the other side of this bridge where the rope bridge used to connect. Were you doing anything? Were you done with that or ready to move on?
No, I was going to do something, but I couldn't make my way across by myself. Yeah, so as everyone's doling stuff out, talking shit, I just want to look across the gap to the other side where it first hit me, and vine snakes out across my back, forms into a polylute that gently begins playing, and I would like to reverse time if I can in that area to maybe see what happened.
Okay.
I don't know if it's centered on me or if it's a point of my choosing. I don't have the item description.
Yeah, so you watch as Cass, as you're all kind of talking, this kind of haunting music begins to fill the air. And I'd say at first you don't quite notice it. But what you do notice is flashes that become so fast that it almost just becomes like this, blends together into just this dim, like early evening, late afternoon light. And you hear snapping sounds as the rope bridge snaps itself back together. And you watch as kind of dust wiped away. Then you see bodies of goblins like undecompose and then get pulled out of the earth and disappear. And then you see this moment where everything stops. You see this completely intact rope bridge. You see a battle. This appears to be a goblin ambush. There's one individual, kind of this masculine figure wearing armor. In the distance, they're hard to make out. And you see one familiar figure, a much younger image of Captain Reyna Kalimov.
What the hell?
You watch as she kind of jumps off one of the river cliffs, and she quickly casts a spell to make this crimson whip and attaches it to the rope bridge and like flips underneath it up on top and back, pulls out a hand cannon, blasts away a goblin, and then that hand cannon like disappears in smoke, and you see this just like metal on metal spark as this cutlass apparates out of the smoke, and she turns, twists the blade, stabs another goblin through the throat, flicks the blood away, and moves on to help her comrade, and that whole image just kind of like fades away into dust.
I remember that fight. That was badass. Made of fucking rules.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting, but that certainly wasn't it. Why can't my gun disappear? Alright.
Okay. So as you all kind of watch that scene unfold before you,
We all see it?
yeah, you all see that.
Whoa, cool.
Whoa. Have you always been able to do that, Cass?
Not always, no. I've only done it, that's the second time. First time was when you died, Varric.
What happened when I died?
It was kind of involuntary then, but we sort of went back to the white temple that you died in. Something with the poly loot. It something weird the traveler did.
Okay. You want to maybe talk about it?
Well, I don't think there's nothing to talk about. I mean, it kind of plays music by itself, and I get a glimpse into the past. Thinking about fiddling with that whole, for lack of a better word, mechanic a little more, but
Here's a crazy question for you.
Varric, before you finish that thought, there's a crashing sound as the animated carriage crashes to the ground from its flying position and doesn't break, but is just like stuck in the earth.
Cool. So you can see into the past, right?
yeah,
And it's from the traveler, right?
yeah.
You think you could travel to the past? Change events?
You touch on a lot of sensitive subjects, friend. I think he goes wherever he pleases and interacts
I'm
however
asking
he
if
wants.
you can.
No, right now I don't think I can. I think sometimes things happen for a reason, and changing what happens is unpredictable, maybe. And he's kind of like giving you a hard look into your eyes.
But what if we could save my boy?
Well, he's not dead, right? I mean,
No, he's dead.
but he's
Buried
still
him.
around.
I mean, I guess that's how spirits work, right?
I'll look into it a little bit.
That's all I'm asking. Sure would change the course of my life. Yeah. Probably wouldn't be here.
Probably
That's for
change the
sure.
course of a lot of things.
So, as you have that conversation, you look onwards, and Langston, you can see it beneath you. It's maybe about a couple miles from you, but it's just like a long roundabout, windy way to get down there. Are you all ready to approach and move towards the city?
Well, it only has one. It's missing a wheel, right?
We're walking.
We're walking in.
What are we doing with the carriage then?
2 minutes.
Leave it there?
We'll leave it there. I mean, it's not our carriage.
I guess we got the best stuff out of it. Okay.
Danny boy, your contact. Is there anything we should know specifically? Maybe mannerisms we should adapt.
He's sometimes got a bit of a smell to him, but he's good people. He's not the most trustworthy person, but he can introduce you to the organization he works with is called the Mask. They're thieves, murderers, fences, and they house up in the night market. So they've got a lot of connections with all the other factions as well.
What's the name of your contact?
It sounds silly, but he goes by Shitty Bill.
Oh, fuck no.
We encountered Bill.
Yes.
We know Shayville.
Yeah.
Fucking stole from us. That's where I got this toupee.
That's right. Well, if there's
you
anybody.
bought that
Huh?
from Shitty?
No, I stole it from him.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, he's well, I guess you know him. He's a tabaxi, so he's like kind of a mangy looking, kind of like charcoal colored cat.
Oh, we know him.
Oh,
should
Very
be pleased to
oily,
see us
like
again.
oily physically and like, you know, as a character.
yeah, he gets
He
a
was-
little pissy.
He was there betting on the fight that I was in against that, what do you call him?
He was at Faraday's?
No, the party.
Before
The
that, and
casino.
The Platinum
when
Grove.
you
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
offered him up as a
Yeah, well, you signed me up for a death match for a bunch of Richies.
It turned out well, didn't it? I had faith in
Oh,
it.
yeah. I destroyed that man.
Yeah.
In fact, sometimes I think about that and I get a little sad.
why do you get sad?
We watched him throw his body into a fucking pile and get sucked into the earth after the fight.
I mean,
Remember?
Alara watched that. I didn't see it.
Well,
Shitty, not Shitty Bill, Danny Boy. A couple of other questions. Since you've worked with Elhorn before, do you know who he's like friends with? I'm sure he has a lot of enemies, but
He's not like a friend kind of guy. Once you meet him, I think you'd understand.
above the table question.
Yeah.
I also worked for Elhorn for a little bit in a ploy to get closer to him. Do I know Danny Boy from before that?
You definitely don't.
Okay.
You've seen Elhorn like a couple times, but you being on his crew, you were at such a low level.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
It kind of like ended before it started almost. Actually, you would have been with the Bone Hunters for like you had made it maybe about a month before you got put on the job with Cassius.
So, is it possible for someone at the Bone Hunters to recognize me as a friendly person? Or a Bone Hunter, colleague?
So there's a couple possibilities. It's totally possible that someone could vaguely recognize you just enough to the point where they're like, "Oh, hey, like this is one of our guys." Although now you're decked out in armor, you got a billowing cloak, so that kind of like makes you look different.
True.
There's
Cool.
also a chance that Elhorn himself will be like, "Hey, like I sent that group off to a thing. They then went to the Underhorde Reformatory, and now I've got the same guy back with a tattoo of the Underhorde Reformatory, kind of looking like he is like grinding up levels with like, you know, his armor, billowing cloak, and all this stuff." So there's also a possibility that you get recognized as the group that Elhorn sold out and is now back.
Okay. Cool. We'll end up let either happen.
And there's also a good chance that,
No one recognized me.
yeah.
Yeah. Probably the most likely. Okay. Just wondering.
Okay. So Danny Boy just says, "Sorry, maybe I should have told you who my contact was before. I just thought there was no way you knew who it was."
Oh wait, Danny boy.
Yeah.
You hear that?
No.
The pipes?
Jesus
The
Christ.
pipes, Danny boy? You don't hear him calling?
I think Cass is the only one who laughs at that joke.
Yeah, he kind of looks at laughing, and he kind of looks back at you, and he's like, I'm sure I don't get the reference."
Okay. Well, let's go fucking meet Shitty Bill.
All right. So as you begin walking, Danny Boy asks a couple more questions. He goes, "So, did you want me to just find Shitty, and then do you want me to stay in the city, or?"
Well, let me ask you this. Would you prefer to stay in the city or prefer to go back to the boat?
Or prefer to stick around with us.
Yeah.
I mean, if you give me leave, I've got some spending money. I wouldn't mind going down to Silk Shore for a bit.
Knock yourself out.
But if you need me for something, I'll be there, or I can let you know where I'll be staying, and if you think if you need some local help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, do we trust Shitty Bill to
No.
like stick around with us and not abandon us in some dark corner of Langston to get stabbed?
Oh, he's done that actually to me before. Yeah, he probably wouldn't be like a guide for you. So if you need a guide, I'll stick with you. Maybe I should just stick with you.
That's a
I
good
kind of
idea.
vote you stick with us, yeah.
That's fine. And then maybe we can all together go to Silk Shore at some point if our mission takes us in that direction.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Get a trinket or two.
That's, yeah, totally.
Maybe a little souvenir shirt said, I saw the Bone King.
It's a lonely life on a ship. I get it, Danny boy.
He kind of like looks at you and like with this like knowing look and says, "Okay, so we're ready to get a move on then."
Yep.
Ready
Okay.
as well, V.
All right. So that you make your way towards Langston. So it's um, as you discover the city, that's actually when you would have got this level up. So
I feel more powerful.
Whoa, what the hell just happened?
so before you go inside, is there anything else that you guys want to do? Anything to prepare for?
Prepare. No, let's fucking do it.
All right, perfect.
Sandara has no idea what she's walking into.
I'm going to look not so noble.
Okay.
I'm just gonna change my clothes to be more in the style of a rogue.
Okay, gotcha. Still in Cassius form.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll do nothing to change my appearance.
No, you look perfect.
Okay.
I wonder if I could get an S on my chest for the stack.
I can do that for you right now if you'd like.
Go for it.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, you can do it too. I place my hand on his chest, and a glittering white and gold S appears. But it's like the cool S that you make in middle school that everybody made.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
Prestidigitation.
Okay.
How long does it last?
1 hour.
Cool. So I got the black armor, the white and gold S, white and gold cape. Fucking prime Superman over here, dude.
Okay. So, with that, Danny Boy kind of leads you into Langston. You have a lot of you're essentially out on the shore of the ocean, so there's still a bit of a some like gentle waves coming in a lot of the areas of the city that you're walking in. You can feel like a gentle like rocking of waves that you're standing on. You always feel like you're on a boat. um as you first enter, um you cross a bridge. This area looks not bad, actually. Um, you look around and you see what looks like a lot of nobles in this area. You see a lot of people that look like they're from uh, Brightwater. A lot of like merchants and things like that. It looks like they've got some kind of maybe like temporary or otherwise housing here. Um, you see a lot of them kind of looking curiously at you as this kind of ragtag group of some billowing, obvious like mercenaries who have walked into Langston from the northwest. Um, you get the sense that this is not a city entrance that is frequently used. Um, as you move through this district, Danny Boy gives you a little bit of like exposition here. He just goes, "This is Brightstone. I've never been myself, but this is a neighborhood kind of out of the center of Langston where a lot of the merchants and nobles have apartments and kind of a residential district." Um, he moves you across to the east. Um, uh, he takes you through this neighborhood that is essentially it looks like there are these very nice like FETC towers that have since been completely dilapidated, and what used to be like company buildings have now been relegated to just like complete slums. You see literally there are just like dead and like desiccated bodies in the street. There are rats everywhere. There's just like filth and grime, and you just see like eyes in the shadows, just like watching you as you go through here. You watch as Danny Boy like starts walking through this neighborhood. He takes like a bandana and just like pulls it up over his face like a mask.
Wow, that is two very different neighborhoods right next to each other.
Yep, separated by nothing but a bridge.
Cool.
It's literally like a night and day change right there. As you begin making your way through, Danny Boy just kind of looks at you and says, try not to make eye contact, talk to anyone, or do anything to stand out. And he kind of looks over at you, Varric, with like the white and gold billowing cloak.
I mean, to be fair, I kind of stand out anyways.
Yeah.
Fair. Just look like you're a bodyguard or something. Actually, don't look like that, because then it looks like we've got something worth guarding.
I'll just continue to look like myself.
Sure, that sounds like the best option.
I'm going to
Okay.
move. I'm gonna move the portable hole that's sort of draped over the front of my belt, and like move it to the side, hidden by my cloak, just out of view.
Okay. So with that, this area kind of lightens up a little bit, and you just hear the sound of chatter, and he takes you into just this open air, like, market of anything you could ever want. You see people selling like Leviathan parts and Leviathan meat. There's just people selling Spark out in the streets here. There's people selling like Arcanotech that you can see. You see someone with like this like arcane powered like hand cannon that he's you see people like exchanging hands. Um, Walking through this area, he takes you to this bar where there's this kind of like runic, almost like neon sign that just says "Shitties."
He's got his own place.
How's this motherfucker buy his own bar?
I mean,
Well,
he
by ripping
scammed.
off multiple people.
Yeah, he scammed 2 groups. I guess he kind of made his way here, and yeah, it kind of makes sense.
Alright.
Well, Shitty, lead the way. Oh, never mind.
Had a big crash. Coming back.
Going to get water.
Next time we need to figure out who the contact is before we start going.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not your fault, Danny boy. We didn't
I
do
mean,
enough research.
You wanted a Langston contact, and I got you one.
Yeah.
I mean, we just didn't ask enough questions. That's our fault.
He's probably on my top 10 least liked people I've met.
I mean, who can
Oh,
remember?
easily.
I mean, I could think of 10 pretty quick.
I mean, at least he hasn't stabbed you yet, Varric, right?
I mean, yeah, that's why he's not number 1. Also didn't burn down your house.
Okay, so it is Briggs that's number 1?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I thought so.
Least liked.
Jesus. Okay. So with that, as you step into this dimly lit, what looks like a dive bar, you watch as Danny Boy kind of goes around the back and says, wait here, I'm gonna see if I can get us a meeting with the boss. Steps in and kind of disappears. You kind of look around the bar. There's maybe about 6 other individuals in here. It doesn't look like it's too lively. These are like very like roguish individuals that are here, all alone, kind of like with their backs against the wall, kind of all looking at you kind of hungrily as you all step in.
Is this just how Langston does things, or did we do something?
Yes.
Okay. And I just like take one step behind Varric.
With that, he comes back and he says, "The boss will see us, but we're gonna have to put all our weapons behind a receptacle behind the bar."
Right.
No.
Ah, good heavens, this is going to be a problem.
Okay.
Tell Shitty Bill. Get his ass out of here.
Okay. I don't think that's gonna work, but I will let him know. Do you want me to? I'll take care of it. Okay. He turns around and kind of goes back in the direction that he came.
Tell him his old friends are here.
He says, "I'll let him know." You watch as let two people give me a perception check.
I'd be looking around, I guess, in this place. Keep an eye out.
26.
Jesus.
Damn.
15.
Okay. Samugi, you clock two set of like golden feline eyes. Kind of like peek out from like behind a column, look at you, and like peek back.
So he just, under his breath, kind of mentions to the group that we're being watched by several people, felines in the general vicinity.
Okay. With that, Danny Boy comes back and just says, Shitty Bill said something along the lines of he cannot, something about heavily armed. Basically, he's not going to meet with you if you've got weapons out. At the very least, can you just like put him in some kind of like magical hole or something like that? I think that'd be fine.
Yeah, we can do that, right, Varric? We can do that.
Fair
We
enough,
can do that.
You've got a
Spooky kind
backpack,
of hangs onto his staff and just like hangs onto it for support and starts rubbing his knee
Marquise.
and doesn't really offer it up.
Yeah.
Fucking guest
Is he buying
experience.
Marquise, what are you doing here?
Immediately mutes.
Yeah. Okay.
You've got
Sorry.
access to your weapons, Varric, like right on your hip.
I mean, Varric, you are a weapon. And I pat him on the shoulder, and I cast Gift of Alacrity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Samugi was saying something. I missed it.
Doesn't offer up his staff in hopes of just having it pass as a walking stick.
Oh, the old Gandalf.
Oh, Gandalf.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
You wouldn't.
I'm gonna take
You would
one
impart
out
him,
of
old man.
I'm gonna take one out of some movies book and like hold the staff and flash the mechanical leg.
Okay.
Someone's
As
gonna
like
take
two
your
of these
leg.
roguish individuals kind of like get up and go to check you, let me get two persuasion checks from both Samugi and Alara. And this will be a combined persuasion check.
Damn, these eyeball dice are not helping me today.
Well,
What kind of check is this?
Persuasion.
Persuasion. Oh, what I'm good at. That's a 4.
Okay. Samugi, they let you keep yours. Alara, you watch as like you kind of point out the leg. He just kind of like looks down, looks back up at you, and as you like take a step, he just like kicks the staff out from under you and like sees very obviously that you don't need it, and then like yeah, he takes it and says, "We'll hold on to this for you." So with that, you proceed through kind of this dark hallway, and at the end of the row,
I'm sorry.
Samugi,
Do they search us? Like, can I just have my gun in my coat?
Yeah, they are gonna pat you down. So if you want to smuggle anything in, you need to announce it.
I still
So
got my hair
you're
tied. My hair
okay. Yeah,
tied.
I mean that actually they won't clock. The
Cool.
the gun. Anyone else want to smuggle anything in? No. Okay.
Myself?
Yeah, Cass, just give me a. How are you? What are you? What kind of skill are you doing to smuggle this gun in?
T-shirt.
It's a little too big for that. Um, I, yeah, this is vulgar. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna shove it straight down the front of my pants and hope they don't say anything out of embarrassment.
Okay.
I can't do anything besides put it in a bag, but then I might as well not have it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say for the sake of this, give me a performance check.
Nice.
That is
Jessica's making more emotes, and we don't know how.
33.
Okay, sure. Yeah. What's happening?
I was trying to do what Jessica was
Okay.
doing.
Yeah. So, no problem. You sneak the gun in the middle of in your pants. Um, so yeah, with that, Smoogie, as you all walk through, you see the same set of feline eyes that was peeking in on you from the column. And you see kind of like trying to make it seem like he's been there the whole time. Um, Lounged back, you see the familiar face of Shitty Bill, now wearing like a little bit nicer clothes, but still like really loose fitting. Um, um, you see this just mangy looking tabaxi that just goes, well, well, well. Look who's on the other side of the table now.
Look who the cat dragged in. Come on.
That would have been better. Look what the cat dragged in.
Do like
I mean, kind of. Yeah, it just doesn't work anymore.
Except now, looks like you're in my territory. So, now you come seeking the aid of old Shitty.
you can say that, or we just kill you.
Hey,
Could be
no,
a
Oh,
ploy.
no.
that's not.
No.
With
be a
that,
trick.
you just like hear the sound of like wood scraping on a bar floor, except like 6 more times, and you watch as just like these like multiple figures are just like emerging from the shadows with just like glints of steel.
No threats here. No threats, Varric.
Can't joke around with an old pal.
Give me a persuasion check, Varric.
Big old 6.
You watch as Shitty just goes, that's a nice cloak you got there.
Yeah, it is.
You know, you come into my house, you make threats. Typically, the way this sort of thing is done is a housewarming gift would be in order.
I take the toupee I stole from him and throw it back to him. It's a gift.
I meant the cloak, but if I'm being honest, my heart has longed for this toupee for quite some time. He takes it and like puts it on and disguises himself as himself, except without the toupee.
Maybe you could disguise yourself a little bit cleaner.
I don't like water. So, what brings you all to my neck of the woods?
Well, we have business in the city, and seeing as how we're such great friends before, we thought who better to go to than good old Shitty. You've got territory, you've got power here, obviously. So, in exchange, we didn't kill you earlier, many, many weeks ago. Maybe you extend the same?
Persuasion check.
Jesus Christ, 33, natural 20.
Okay.
Wow.
You watch as he looks at you, and you watch as he kind of like his chest puffs out a little bit, and he goes like, "Yeah, well, very astute. I do have territory. I do have power. Right now, the territory is just this bar, but we're expanding. You know, I'm buying a little hot dog shop down the way, so it's a small start, but we'll go from there. So you got business in the city, huh? Well, tell me what kind of business, and we'll see what string shitty can pull."
Hot dog shop.
Um. Well, shit. I'm actually taken aback. I don't know what to say. We're looking for a book. I don't know if you remember Otterluke. He kind of lost a book. Didn't want to step back into the shithole, so he tasked us to.
I don't remember Otterluke, and I certainly don't know how to read books.
Good. Then you can help.
Okay.
We just need friends. We just need people to perhaps have our back. People we can
So
earn our
tell me
stay
more
with.
about this book. How can I help find this? Tell me more about this book. Maybe I can help.
And maybe some information.
Well, it's a book. We know that. It's
Do you know what the book's called?
I'm gonna be honest. No, we don't. We're kind of gonna figure out the whole book part ourselves. We just wanted somebody to ingratiate us with the population.
Okay, I can do that. I'm a man of many friends. So who we trying to get in with here? Looking for powerful friends. Let's see. We got obviously my guild, the Maskers. That's a good place to start. You looking for work?
We're willing to work.
You're just looking for powerful friends. And you're willing to do
Maybe
anything to get.
friends that have a lot of information on powerful people.
Which powerful people?
The Bone King.
Oh. The Bone King.
Yeah.
Well, haven't you all been busy? What sort of information on the Bone King are you looking for?
His friends, his enemies.
I am getting the sense that maybe this isn't exactly above board.
What is above board in Langston?
To pay. So, there's a saying we have around here, and it's, if you take a swing at the king, you best not miss. You catching what I'm
It's a
slinging?
very it's a very straightforward saying. Yep.
Now, of course, if there was any conspiracy to take out the king, I of course would alert the proper authorities and the bone hunters, and bring them down here for a swift and just ass kicking. So that's why I'm just going to say we're obviously not having that conversation right now. We're just speaking hypotheticals amongst friends who enjoy role play and imaginating scenarios. So
It's almost like we could lay out a table and pretend to be different people. That'd be fun.
You should
yeah,
start a business about that.
I don't know about that. But so say I'm the Bone King, and say someone had some kind of business with them. What would that look like from your standpoint?
A conversation.
Yeah, like, oh, hey, Bone King, you wanted us to come by, maybe?
We were kind of, I guess, summoned by him, but it seemed more like a come to your own deaths kind of thing. We just want to be a little more prepared.
I see. Well, showing up and if he does want to kill you, he'll just kind of do the thing he always does when he wants to kill someone, which is generally he'll invite him to a dinner. They'll show up, realize there's no seats for them, and then he'll just be like, lightning to the face, and then kind of burn holes in their face, and then that's it.
Sounds like what he was going
I
to do
mean,
to us.
a very efficient way of dealing with people.
So you don't want to fight him on his terms, and you don't want to fight him alone. So if the king were to fall, I mean, he'd need a successor, wouldn't he?
Yes.
So
We lost the crown.
I guess one of the first steps would be finding a suitor for the bone crown. And with that, he just kind of like leans back and like. So,
Unfortunately, we haven't found anybody that we think is capable of that title, but it's worth considering.
yeah, I'm a little busy these days. I probably couldn't do it because of time constraints. You're going to want to shop around for a faction. The maskers are probably not quite interested in it because they don't operate that way. We kind of work with everyone. I can speak with some of my people and get their opinion, but here's what you want to do. And he takes out a sheet of paper and a pen, and he just goes, Jemison. And you watch as this kind of younger looking roguish individual comes in. He just goes, can you help me out with the reading and writing stuff? He like takes the paper and pen and just goes, all right, let's see.
Wait, Shady Bill. 2 questions. First question. Who benefits the most from a power vacuum inside the Bone Brigade or whatever they're called?
Whoever fills the power vacuum.
Okay, is there another faction that is at war or enemies? Who's the worst? Who's the most enemy? Bone King's enemy, most best enemy.
Probably the FETC.
Oh.
Well, you know what? Okay. Second question. Are you illiterate? Or you just don't like to write?
No, I'm not. I can go just fine. Thank you.
Okay. Exactly. Okay. Question answered. Thank you.
So, and you watch as he like begins to list out. He's actually going to speak in Thieves' Cant right now. Varric speaks it. Cass, do you speak Thieves' Cant?
Well, how the fuck do you speak it, Eric? No, I don't.
That's my background.
Yep.
Oh shit.
He
Yeah.
was a Langston goon.
Langston Goons.
So, you listen as he lists off a couple factions. He says, point them in the direction of the Lords of the Tempest, the Hands of the Founder, the Blade Reavers, and he says, the Harbor Ghosts. He says, on second thought, don't bring up the Harbor Ghosts.
Well, I'm listening to this, I'd also like to be shit. What is another language that I speak? That I guess Dwarfish is the other language I speak.
Yeah.
And you can comprehend all languages, Cassius.
You gotta give me a heads up. But yes, I could. And I'd have to cast a spell, so maybe not. Maybe not.
Okay, never mind. Then I'll hold off.
Okay.
Unless anyone else here speaks Dwarfish that I would know.
Speak Gnomish. I feel like they're,
Close.
you know,
They're like next door
base
neighbors.
languages.
They're both Romance languages.
They're not. They're not close at all.
Like speaking Japanese and Korean.
With that, he also lists the FETC repo facility.
Repo man.
With that, this list is set down in front of you, and Shitty just goes, those places would be a good place to start. The Hands of the Founder and the FETC would essentially be the same organization. The Hands are basically religious zealots that believe in donating their lives and all of their wealth to the FETC. And they try to convince other impoverished people to do the same. You'll find them in a place called the Merc, proselytizing to sifters. Basically, people that dig in toxic sludge for valuable stones and things like that. They've got a lot of pull within the FETC, and they can help with an introduction to the Repo Men. You've probably heard of them.
Probably.
Their gripe with the Bone Hunters is they've had a few scuffles for the past, and let's just say it hasn't ended well for the Repo Men, which is a rarity. Basically, at this point, the Bone King's using the Repo Men as sort of his attack dogs. So he can sick them on whichever pirates he think need to be taken down a notch. And the ones who have his favor are under the protection of the Bone King, and the Repo Men won't move on him. Basically, the Repo Men don't make a move within Langston without the Bone King knowing.
What about the ghost ones?
What's that?
The ghost guys? Ghost faces, whatever you call them? You said don't tell them about the ghost.
Oh, looks
I'd
like
like
we've got ourselves an educated man here. Well, I'm impressed. Didn't know you spoke the tongue of the fatherland.
Thieves can't? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a howdly doodly to you. All right. Well, the reason I don't think the harbor ghosts would be a good idea is they've got a certain philosophy that would not be great for the stability of Langston moving forward.
Such as.
Well, their de facto leader is a bit of a martyr who is hell-bent on shutting down certain industries that bring in a lot of money and therefore would make a lot of enemies.
What sort of industries?
Tincture production.
You know what? Maybe we talk to these ghost boys.
Well, as I said, it wouldn't be a good idea because tincture is that's the bread maker. And without bread, you can't run a bakery. You know what I'm saying?
You can definitely run a bakery without bread. In fact,
Yeah.
you run the bakery to make the bread, so I don't think that really
Yeah.
makes.
Look, I'm not
Tricky.
great at anagrams, so I'll just cut to the chase. If the harbor ghosts were to be in charge, they would get taken out immediately if they started making moves on Tincture, which they certainly would. So even if that is the most palatable group to you, um, you know, it just it's you know, it's fairy tale, it's fairy dust, it's just it's gone.
Cool. Can we group huddle really quick
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
without you?
We're in my office.
I know. Gather
Anything
around.
you can say, I won't listen.
Don't trust you. Okay.
You watch as he just like begins to hold the book open and just like is looking at it.
Is it upside down?
No. Well,
No.
no.
Okay. Is this can we huddle up? Huddle up, guys.
Yeah. I'll suspect
Okay.
this.
Now, Laura, I know
Yes.
it's the least palatable for you, but the FETC might be our best option in this case.
There's other groups that were not brought up yet on the paper.
Good
Yeah,
point.
like there's still Lords of the Tempest and the Blade Reavers. But I
mean-
kind of like the idea of freaking
I'm just saying,
the
like,
Harbor Ghost. I'm just throwing that out there.
no, I do like the Harbor Ghost as well, but I'm just saying, monetarily, I mean, it's the FETC.
Yeah, I mean they also have like a motive. They have a reason to not want to be under his thumb anymore.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
On the other hand, they could just say, "Hey, quick buck. We work for him. Let's just sell these guys out." It's not like we haven't
Oh,
been
that's
sold out
true.
before.
Another good point. All right, maybe let him finish the list, I guess then.
And didn't the FETC repo man try to steal all of our money?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Don't we owe them a debt? Or
Yeah, we owe them like 60,000 gold or something.
But if we help him take out the Bone King, make it clean slate, you know.
Or we just destabilize the entirety of Langston and stop tincture production, and the city will figure it out.
that was kind of our goal to come to Langston in the first place.
Kind of was.
Okay.
Okay, let's hear about this
And break.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
You watch those shitty books. Goes, I've got really bad hearing, so I didn't hear any of that conversation. So just so you know that. Anyways, next up, Lords of the Tempest. This one's just as simple as it gets. If you were just normal, just boring, they would be the go-to. They're just Kozanite pirates that do Kozanite pirate shit. And, they are not on top. They'd love to be on, top cat. And if you give them that opportunity, I'm sure that that'd be an easy sell. And then Langston would just be like a place run by Kozanite pirates. And if that ever needed to change, they're Kozanites. How hard can it be? You know what I'm saying? Anyways, so that's them. Then you've got the Blade Reavers. Now this is an interesting one. These are basically cultists of a devil prince known as Levistus. They're basically obsessed with swordplay, learning sword stuff, and they just spend their whole life just doing it, getting real good at it. There's stories that some of them, fun fact, can even use swords to like deflect lightning bolts and stuff like that. Crazy. At any rate, they're a pretty powerful group, but they are specifically very neutral. they kind of just do their own thing, do their own jobs, and it took Langston not too long to figure out you just don't fuck with these guys. Actually, yeah, most of them are women, so you don't fuck with these people. But you know, if you're desperate for help, like that one pirate chick that came through here not so long ago, there's this whole thing where if you do a deal with them, they have to help you, so they're good for it.
Okay.
Honorable mentions. I guess there's the cult of Quay. More religious zealots. They worship an evil sea god and hope to bring about a cold and briny end to the world.
Everybody trying to end the world.
We've
Oh
got
my
enough
God.
world-ending cults. Maybe.
To be fair,
not
I think it's less about bringing an end to the world and more about like feeding the souls of the innocent to the hunger in the sea, something like that. I didn't write that one down, but could be fun, you know. Bit of a dark horse.
a consideration. Okay.
You know what? Tell you what, Jepson, write that one down for him. Tell him where they can find him. And then I'll talk with my people and see what we could do. I'll let you guys mull over it if you want me to organize a little meet and greet so that your bulldog here can maybe threaten them as well and get you all killed. Then happy to set that up.
Yeah, I mean we could walk about town, get the lay of things, and I guess maybe come back tonight with an answer, unless we have decided now.
I don't think we have.
Don't think we have, no.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, yeah, go and get a walk about town. Go ahead and eat some fish. Always clears my mind right up. And then, since you're tourists here, you know, my only advice is don't drink the water. The only thing safe to drink is probably the booze.
Great.
All right. Well, I dust myself off. Thank you for your patronage, Shitty. I guess we'll talk later.
You watch as he like takes his toupee, like flips it up to you, and like undoes the disguise of himself, puts it back on, redoes the disguise.
I walk out.
Okay, you step back out into the kind of like salt grime air of Langston.
So, what do you guys think?
Alara, you got qualms with the FETC? So much so that you can't work with them?
Yeah, I don't prefer to work with them. My brother does, but could lean on them to see if we can get their help. I don't know how much it would be. It's gotta be profitable for them.
But it also sounded
know.
like the Bone King has them like really under his thumb, and that could be a little sketch.
Detrimental.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did like the sound of the Blade Reapers.
I
Sword
mean, not
ladies.
just
Sword
Blade
ladies.
Lady sounded cool. I will say that I remember the name Levistus, and I think Faraday's doing some shady stuff with Levistus. So they might be interested in that information. Maybe we could bargain that.
That's crazy, but not unsurprising, I guess.
Also, the whole they make a deal, they have to do it thing.
Yeah.
You know.
And the deflecting lightning, which it sounds like Elhorn is a fan of.
Yeah. Let me get that. Let me get my hammer back, please. From the old.
I believe it's in your bag.
Don't you have your own
Oh,
bag of holding?
that is
Here,
correct.
got like 3 bags.
I forgot.
Did we not surrender our weapons to them, or we just put them away?
You just put them away. Alara surrendered hers and they gave it back.
Oh, Alara, can I take a look at that
I guess.
staff real quick?
Yeah, of course. I was actually gonna look into it myself, but yeah, here. You
Pop
gander.
on the old monocle.
Okay.
Find out what this shit does.
Yeah, this is a staff of bird calls.
Yep, that's what I
So-
thought. Okay.
It's got 10 charges, and essentially you can just plant it in the ground and it'll make bird sounds.
Wonderful.
Okay.
I hand it back to Alara. It makes bird noise.
Alright, thank you.
Have fun.
I could definitely put that to use.
Don't use all your bird calls at one place. Don't want a horde of birds. You know what? Maybe we could just like make it attack people. Have a bunch of
I mean,
birds.
doesn't it just make the sounds? Doesn't
You know, call a bird call. You know.
Okay, yeah.
I've been curious and wondering, maybe we should just take the meeting with the Bone King and see what happens.
Sounds like a horrible idea.
Well,
He just said he fights people for dinner and then melts their faces.
Yeah, but after the first meeting with people, why would anybody else go back? Why would he summon us like that? That's such a lazy way to.
To murder
To
us.
kill us. That's his whole thing.
Well, they got on our ship with it such ease. Like they could have just done it then if they wanted us dead.
And maybe he likes to
Yeah,
do it. He's a sadistic kind of guy. He killed me, boy.
I mean, it would answer some questions for us. And if we have a way to get out, it's not the worst idea.
Do you think he would be opposed to just one person going?
That's what I was thinking too. Is just one or a few of us go.
Who would the one be?
It would be me.
I'll do it.
Oh, come on, Varric.
I could do it
Alara,
and try to get us answers.
if you've got a
I have
way
a few
to...
things I can get me out of there if I need to.
Can
Yeah,
use
but-
your feminine wiles.
I think that'll work on
Yes.
him.
Yeah.
Why not? Maybe you go use your gay vials or whatever.
Like, I'm only half gay, but you don't need to say it like that.
First of all,
You said you should.
you said that the feminine guiles wouldn't work, so maybe he likes to go the other way. I don't offer my services.
He likes
You
him
guys
some
don't want me to
pirate
go there
movie.
alone.
You watch as Danny Boy is just kind of like just looking very like scared. Like, oh shit, like this whole trip is gonna go poorly.
We don't come across as very competent people, but we are.
I
We are.
mean, yeah.
Look, hey, you guys are the captains.
We probably looked so much more competent when he didn't know what we were doing off the ship.
Yeah, it was I'll be honest, it was a lot cooler when you guys didn't talk as much and were just like disappearing and like doing all this magic.
See, usually we kind of just stumble our way through things until we accidentally come out on top.
Yeah,
We-
I
we
see
plan,
that.
We plan sometimes. We sometimes
Have we? Okay, name a time where we made a plan We performed the
He-
plan as it was expected, and the outcome was favorable.
Well, plans don't go as expected, and that's fine. But it's the fact that we made a plan that matters.
Is it?
Hey, we broke back into the prison and got out alive for the second time. It's not nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that's the only time, to be honest, though.
Okay, so once we've done it. We've had a plan.
I'm sure there are other times, but it doesn't really matter. It's fine.
I mean, it does. It literally matters.
If it's been working thus far and we're learning from our mistakes, we don't have to, like, beat this dead horse. It's fine.
Honestly, I don't think sending one or two of us in to meet the Bone King is a good idea.
Okay, perfect. Then we don't do it.
Well, I mean, I shouldn't be the only one. If you guys all think it's a good idea.
I think it's an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think whoever
Okay.
goes in should be prepared to die alone at the hands of a masochistic murderer.
Who's that? Oh, me, I guess.
I'd be willing to take the chance.
You be willing
Oh.
to die?
Come on.
Electrocuted.
No, but I'm good at
I
keeping
think-
myself.
I think none of us are sure the person may be willing to die, but we're not willing to just send one of our friends to their probable death. So we've decided this plan isn't going to work. Let's move on.
But think about that though. If he killed one of
We're
us,
not.
then the rest of us aren't going to come there, and he loses whatever he was wanting from us.
Okay, Alara.
And
if we send
someone's
one
life
nigga-
has been wiped out.
You go in
Kind
and
of
you
a
die.
big deal.
Oh, there goes Alara. She's dead. What do we do about it? Nothing.
Was great knowing her. Good friend, nobody to bury.
We're not sending anybody to their death. I think it's silly.
Except for the Bone King. We're
Nice.
sending him to his death.
At this
will.
point, you watch as Danny Boy speaks up and just goes, and by the way, Alara, we haven't spoken before. You're like the healer of the group, I'm hearing, right?
Yes.
I don't know if this is related, but if during this trip I died, would you bring me back to life?
Probably can. Would you want me to?
Yes.
That's more the question of it. Well, I'm just saying, some
Would you
people
not have done it?
choose to go. No, I would.
It's like it's a
I
no.
have.
Here's the deal.
I have.
I don't know how this
another-
stuff works, but just so I know, and it's okay if the answer is no, but would you do it?
Yeah, I can bring you back. I will bring you back if you
You
die.
can. I'm asking if you
I
will.
will. I will bring you back, Danny Boy. If you, yes,
don't
I
have
will
to.
bring you.
You don't have to.
I think the
I will
question
bring you
is
back.
not will you now, since he asked you if you would.
Yes.
I think the question is beforehand. If he just died, would you be like, oh well, there's fucking Danny Boy, Gonzo.
Just another faceless crewmate.
Listen,
Toodaloo.
nobody on our crew has died. Okay. You're as safe as
Permanently.
everyone else is.
Well, Varric
be
died.
quiet.
And I brought him back.
Permanently.
Twice. I died.
Everyone on my last crew died, except for Nick, who should have been the only one who died based on how he. Regardless.
Strong words.
Um,
Okay, so we're still at square one. Who do we want to meet up with?
We're
I
at
vote-
square
I vote
five.
sword ladies.
Blade ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Blade ladies. Yep. That's my vote. Sounds like
sounds good.
Smoogy's on board with me too.
What's their official name so we don't, offend them when addressing them?
My name
Blade
is Beric.
Reavers.
No,
Oh,
they're
The
Their
ladies
name.
are called the Blade Reavers.
Blade Reavers.
Reavers.
Reavers or Reavers?
Sleepers.
Reapers?
Burgers.
Just
Reavers.
slur it all together and blend
Reavers.
your foreign accent. It's fine.
We're gonna die.
Throw in a little bit of giant. It'll be fine.
You said learn a little bit of giant.
I said throw in a little bit of giant. I kind of just assumed you spoke giant.
That's pretty fucking racist.
No,
My
it's
parents
not.
are dwarves.
Oh, I thought they were halflings. Apologies.
I'm sorry, your parents are what?
Well, my adopted parents are dwarves.
Okay, can we
Oh.
say this? How many of us are adopted? Well,
Most of us.
okay.
You're only kind of adopted.
You watch as Danny Boy just kind of looks at all you and just goes like, both my parents are still alive. They
High five, mine too.
hey,
Well, one might be dead right now. I can't. It's
I honestly don't know if my
take it back.
I don't even know if my actual parents are alive or dead.
We
I don't
should
know
open
they
up an
don't.
orphanage or something. Do something good for this world.
it's a good idea.
You guys have fun. I'm trying to
Wait,
get
do
back
you
to
know
my.
who your parents are at all, Varric? Like, sorry, your birth parents.
I mean, I assume they're both Goliaths. That's about as
Yeah.
far as I get.
Have you ever like looked into that or?
No, my parents are awesome.
Yeah. I know. I bet
They
they are.
taught me how to jewel. Well, I got some jeweler's abilities.
Who needs them? Your birth parents.
No, I understood.
Okay.
I agree. Who needs them? Got two cool dwarf parents. Taught me dwarfish, you know.
So did like, just to dive into this just a tiny bit, were you like dropped off as a baby to like a dwarf village, or did they find you?
Orphanage. Sorry.
Orphanage.
Dwarfenage. First of all, hilarious. Gonna file that one back in there. No, I guess I kind of came off a boat. You know, FOT, fresh off FOTV, fresh off the boat.
Like you were just a baby on a boat.
I mean, I was a baby, yeah. I was on a boat, yes. I assume probably my parents died either in some kind of boating accident or like a pirate incident.
Hmm.
That's my
Sorry.
assumption.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry to hear about that. Just curious, just wondering.
And then, you know, grew up with them. Good friends with Barrowback Bill as well.
So we did that paper say where the Blade Reavers were?
No, we gotta go back and ask him to
No,
take.
no, no, it does.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Why don't we just go?
Yeah.
I mean, what if that
Wha-
should? You guys think there might be customs or something we should not mess up, or?
I mean, do we have?
Probably.
We got money, right? Works for everyone.
Yeah, that's fair.
We got jewels.
I think we should go in offering our services primarily. Might not seem like it, but you know, we are pretty accomplished.
Yeah, maybe we get a good gig. Maybe make some coin
Yeah,
before we go to
ingratiate ourselves with them.
that. Yeah. I say that. Let's go looking for work. Be like, yo, Reavers, we're here doing contract work.
I'll send a message to Shitty, so he can kind of do it both at the same time. I don't want to go back in there and talk to him.
Cool. I mean, maybe we should just head over to where they are, see
Yeah.
what's the dealio. For realio.
All right, I'll cast sending to Bill, Mr. Bill.
Danny boy, the
Great.
Reavers, please.
Shitty.
I mean,
We've made a decision. Blade Reavers, uh, Sword Ladies. We're just gonna go talk to them right now. I don't know if you want to send word ahead.
No need. Good buddy. I'm coming with you.
Oh shit.
son of a bitch.
All right, everybody, hold on. He's coming.
Why is
I
he?
don't know.
coming. Okay.
At this point, let's just not argue.
No, yeah, no, that's fine. No, I won't argue.
Okay.
I might.
So with that, um, Shitty steps out and he just goes, I've actually never stepped foot inside the academy. This will be interesting. I've heard it's wild in there.
What do you mean by wild?
What do you mean by academy?
Uh,
Maybe
I don't know. I hear it's just a bunch of people just cutting each other all day, just doing sword stuff, and that's what it's called. It's called they call it an academy.
This is like an accredited school.
It's accredited by the streets.
So that's a no.
I guess.
I mean, it sounds like they've held their own for a while, so.
Yeah, they're doing just fine. Here, well, you'll see. You'll see. Let's right on this way, and he starts kind of leading you through, and he's got like a little entourage, kind of rogues that are following along as well. With that, he's going to take you to an area of Langston that is pretty clearly just this one little flotilla that is essentially at almost on like a lake within this lake city, that's at a crossroads between all these different districts. So this is called Crow's Foot. As he brings you towards this district, you see that essentially there's boats on boats on boats where you can see stacks of boats that are essentially like flotation devices for this entire floating district here. There's actually some nice buildings here, some of them completely made of stone, that are on this floating kind of wooden causeway here. And he brings you to the precipice of what looks like essentially this stone arena. And as you stand on the outside of it, and you can still feel like the rocking of the waves from being on top this flotilla. As you're at the precipice, you see that just tons of sand has been poured into this like floating stone area where this looks like almost like a gladiatorial arena. And there's these big wooden doors that make up the entrance of this place. Aside from the entrance, you just see this one female half elf that looks. She looks like very clean, very well kept. She's got long black hair, and she's just got like a single katana-like blade that's sheathed to her side, and otherwise she's wearing almost like workers' clothes, like kind of button-up shirt, sleeves rolled up, and it just looks like parts of her clothing have like marks where she's been pierced with a blade.
Really cool.
So Shitty Bill just kind of looks at all of you and says, because we're not directly affiliated, I told them that you were coming, but I figured we'd just let Pretty Boy here do all the talking.
Right. Okay.
I mean, usually we have cats do it.
Looking for work.
I mean, I think that's
That was
what he
legit.
meant.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You are very pretty, very good.
Thank you.
I don't know who Cass is, so I didn't get it, but
I'll
Sorry.
plaster on a over. No, read the room. I'll walk up with purpose. Stern
Okay.
face.
Putting on our confident pants.
Yeah. Taking off the platinum coin word pants. Rather.
Keep some pants on.
No, actually pantless.
Awesome.
Fucking Christ, dude, I don't know what to say.
Hello, I'm Varric.
Yeah,
We're the Remnants. Remnants. We're looking for work. I heard you guys are pretty cool. That's, the gist.
She looks down at you.
How tall is she?
She's like 5'10". But she's on a step,
Oh,
so she's like above you. She looks down at you all and just says, "Are you here to make a deal with the prince?"
is he in charge of the Glade Reavers?
That he is.
Then yeah, totally here to make a deal.
if that
Which
deal
one of
involves work.
Wow,
Are you-
we're kind of
He
like
was here to make a deal.
we're gonna do
think that-
group stuff.
I think that means like the Prince Levistus, the devil, by the way, just a heads up.
If one of us, singular, has to do it, I guess I'm here to make a deal. But really, we're all as a group. We're kind of looking for work as a group.
Kind of a package deal.
Yeah. You get one of us, you get all of us. Same price, though.
Yeah.
She's not cracked a smile this whole time. Like, she's just been completely stone face. She walks down, takes a couple like very purposeful, slow steps while just completely locking eyes with you, Cass. There's a certain. I'd like to think that Cass is like a pretty confident person, but there's a certain like unnerving feeling you might get from the way that she's looking at you. What do you have on your person?
Like everything. Stuff of importance. I've got them.
What's like visibly on you? Like, do you have a weapon visibly on you?
No, I have a loot strapped to my back. I've got a big bulge in my coat pocket where the gun is.
Okay.
And that's probably, and then the rest is just like veil gear.
You gotta get a holster for that thing, man.
I know.
You can't just keep shoving it in your pants.
I know.
She looks down at you, and then she just like is getting super close to you and just like walking circles around you while like brushing up against you. And she just goes,
I think she likes Cass.
"Where's your blade?"
I have it when I need it. A bit of a parlor trick.
She pulls out her sword, like she unsheathes it, and then like very slowly and gently like holds it up to your neck.
Pull your sword
They
out.
are definitely flirting for
Not
sure.
necessary if you want a demonstration. And I reach back to the neck of my loot. Very quickly pull it up, keep it as a loot, and then just point my pocket at her. Hand in it. I don't really need a sword all the time though, so I bet a bullet travels faster than your hand.
She looks down, and for the first time, she like cracks a smile and like takes the blade and like kind of like drags it up across her face without like cutting the skin. And then she brings it over to your horns and then just begins to like grind the blade against your horn so that it just like makes this like scratching sound.
Yeah. I reach up and grab her hand. It doesn't feel too great. Theatrics aside. Do we have a job here or not?
You'll do. She sheathes her weapon and turns. And
I look at the group like, what the fuck?
yeah, she looks at you and smiles, and then just goes, "Welcome to the Blade Garden."
Cool.
And she opens up the door, and you just hear the sound of steel on steel. You see blood-soaked sand. You see about 14 pairs of people in just engaged in swordplay. People are like running each other through here. And they're getting healed back up and just like diving right back in. You see at one point there's like a single individual that is taking on like 4 others. They're like blinking in and out. They're like misty stepping behind people. At one point, like someone hits them from behind with like a inflict wound spell. Like people they're like killing each other and like bringing each other back and killing each other again. It's
Nice.
complete like carnage.
Are there any people with like really big swords?
There
Any very expensive?
you see a single one.
Is it cool?
It essentially is like a it's almost like a World of Warcraft sword. It's like way too thick, way too broad, and it's almost like more of a glaive. It's got like an extremely long handle, and you watch as this is actually one of the only like male figures you see here, but he's essentially got like half of a bear skin on him, and he is just like engaged in a duel with essentially this like smaller female individual who's just got like more of like a cutlass, who's actually just completely like parrying every move he's making. So with this individual at the door is just like walking you through the courtyard, where you're actually having to kind of dodge some of these duels that are getting out of hand, and people are casting spells. There's like fireballs going off. It's like a war zone here.
I'm honestly curious about testing out my own training. I don't have a sword, but a mechanical leg might work.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Sorry, I just saw this combat.
Have you gone mental?
Itching
You're
to
gonna
try.
fight these sword people with a leg.
Yeah.
You're gonna take it off.
You gonna kick them to death?
Practice.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen you kick anything. You sound confident, though.
I've been training with Samugi, Master Samugi.
Master.
I've been kind of curious to test my skills, see if I've picked up what she's been throwing down.
only thing you should be kicking is rocks.
Hey.
With
Thoughts?
that, you're kind of led up a series of stone staircase, where at the top you just see this very nice spread of like a charcuterie board, and you see kind of a bronze-skinned elven woman who's at the top of it, again wearing kind of like that kind of naval like kind of piratey like fluffy shirt, kind of tucked in, and she's got a more traditional like naval pirate cutlass that is just like leaning up against the table as she's sitting there with like a glass of wine, just like watching the carnage unfold. So as you all approach, she just says, "And what's this with us now? We don't usually get visitors at Widowbrand Academy."
Widowbrand Academy. That's a pretty cool name.
Great name. My name's Cass. They can all introduce themselves. Not really visitors. We're here looking for work.
You're here to hire.
Exactly.
No, we're here to be hired.
Or hire.
I'm afraid you might be mistaken as to how this typically works. Usually someone will have some impossible, deadly, or otherwise challenge that they will pay large sums of gold for my acolytes to carry out.
I mean,
Well,
I guess maybe. That's kind of what we're looking for.
So let's start with that. What kind of job are we talking about?
We want to kill
Mercenary
the.
work, wet work.
I
Wanna
would
kill
like
the
to
Bone
punch
King?
Varric in the stomach before he says that. Even
Okay.
though it's made out of metal.
I take the hint.
Okay, so I hear like, we want to kill the, and then you kind of stop, look at Cass, and you're like, okay. You want to kill the what?
The system, man. We're here really for information. But we can hire you. We have money. But we also have restless hands. So we're willing to do what it takes to, I don't know, looks like you've got a bunch of fine swords ladies back there that could probably, half of them could kick our ass.
And the one
At
sword
least
man.
80%.
80%.
You watch as she just, like, after Varric said we wanted to kill the something, and then you kind of sort of, you get the sense of, like, the more you talk without saying anything, the more disengaged and frustrated she's getting. So at this point, she just, like, you hear the wood scrape against the stone as she just gets up, she grabs her blade and, like, just immediately pulls out the cutlass while the sheath hasn't even moved from just, like, standing on the ground. As she does, she just like raises her hand like this and takes a wild, like, swing at essentially, like, your feet. As she does, in a single motion, you see, like, this rune carved in the stone, and she just, like, walks around you, just, like, whipping this sword at the stone around your feet, and she's making a circle of runes around you.
We're looking for an ally.
She cuts another rune. You haven't told me why you've come yet.
I'd sidestep out of the circle she's making.
Okay. She cuts another, and she's got, like, about 2 more cuts before she finishes it.
Okay, now you guys are gonna say
Just say it.
We have business
we have a
Bone
meeting
King.
with the Bone King.
We don't want to
She,
walk in
like,
there dead.
raises her hand to, like, cut another one, and then she pauses. Now that is interesting. So, you're here to hire out some protection.
Essentially, yes.
Mm,
We just want to ensure that we get summoned to a meeting. We want to be able to get in and get out in one piece.
we hear you guys make deals.
If someone wanted to join us, then you can commune with the prince.
I kind of thought you were the prince and it was just an honorific title. I thought that's what we were here to do.
If you want to commune with the prince, there's going to be a cost.
Before we start communing with princes, there's not like a job we could do to get you to help us. You're like, hey, I don't want to send any of my
Or
sword
challenge.
people on this. Send these dopes if they come back.
We don't operate like your typical mercenary outfit. We specifically take on tasks that are impossible. So if one came across that was too dangerous, well, that's a bit of an oxymoron, because we'll take anything, including
what does
jobs like killing the Bone King.
So what does
But-
it cost to commune with the prince then?
Well, the cost is whatever he takes from you after communing. Sometimes it's family, sometimes it's memory, sometimes it's your very life, your very soul. It depends at what it is you hold the most dear.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'll do it. Yeah, I don't got much going on.
Okay.
And this opens us up to hiring you out or working for you, or is that to be decided?
It sets you on your own path. You can still hire us out. It'll just cost you. And for the Bone King, I don't think you could afford it.
What about just protection to get us in and out?
She kind of like takes her blade and then like just like gently takes the blunt edge of it and like runs it along the like golden silk of Varric's cloak and just says, "That I bet you could afford."
That would be something we'd be interested in then.
So, if that's the case, you can commune, and anyone else can take your pick. And she kind of like waves her hand at just like the arena before you. As you turn, you see like one woman that has completely just been impaled in the sand. You watch as this like female half-orc standing above her just like puts her boot like on her throat and like pulls the sword out of her chest and then just like wipes the blood off on like the like leather on her arm and begins to step away as another cleric like comes by with a blade and just like places it on her chest and like heals her and she just starts like spitting up blood. So with that, this figure begins to step down the staircase to like have you peruse and take a look at which mercenary you want to hire. So,
Which one do you guys think
with that, she kind of points over towards the half-orc. So this one here, a little unrefined, but extremely vicious. Moving on, she points over towards like the large, what looks like just human individual that's just like full beard, decked out in Kozanite tattoos. It looks like he fights kind of the way you would imagine he would. He's mainly just like using there's a lot of strength behind his attacks, but it definitely looks like there's a certain precision that you wouldn't expect from a Kozanite, at least one that looks like this. And you see as he's just like almost cuts another like you see a like male tiefling that gets almost completely cut in half and just like immediately dies right before your eyes. With that, he's like fighting 3 more individuals. He says, "This one, very skilled. He'll. I'm not sure that this one can die. So if longevity is something you're going for, then there's that."
I think that'd be very helpful.
I mean, it's definitely helpful.
She kind of moves on and points out a just what looks like a maybe like an 18-year-old is like a kid. Looks like just like a human girl who is just in a bit more of like a pretty heated like kind of arcane duel where you're actually only seeing about half the fight because her and the drow female that she's fighting are blinking in and out, and half of their fight seems to be like in another plane because you notice that they're coming back with wounds that they didn't have before they blinked out.
Samugi can see all that.
Yeah, so Samu, you just watch as they're just like shifting in and out of planes as they're fighting each other. And this is just like one of the wildest sword fights you've seen. At one point, you watch as one pulls out like a hand cannon and just like fires like 4 shots, and you watch as the other one just like literally with the blade reflects them all back at the opponent, and then the opponent reflects those all back at her. And then she dodges like 3 of them, takes one to the chest. Just like extremely fast paced. She says, and Lysandra, if you're looking for reliability, look no further.
Oh, that sounds like our type of person.
Very good.
Oh, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I'm just saying.
Trust your judgment. I do, at least.
I mean, she's got magic that could help us.
What's her name again?
Lysandra.
Lysandra.
Alara, Sandara, Lysara. I mean,
No.
fits the rhymes.
Why do you say that she's a liability?
I said reliability.
Yeah.
Oh,
That makes more sense. Okay.
Like liability, we've already got.
Yeah, we've got
Yeah,
liability
that's why I
on.
thought she would fit in perfectly, honestly.
And I will have you know that any of my widow brands will fight to the death, even if it means crossing blades with someone as illustrious as the Bone King. And if something unfortunate were to happen to the Bone King while my widow brand was in your service, there would be no additional charge, and if any of the other factions have a problem with it, they know where to find me.
You're not scared of
Right.
any of the other factions?
She just looks at you with an extremely bored look, and then like looks back over at the rest of you.
I like it.
Mm,
So what do you
that's great.
think, guys?
I mean, I'm less excited that it's reliability, not liability, but I still think that's probably a great choice.
I'm liking that one too.
I mean, not against it. What do you think, Cass?
Have we talked about how much this is going to cost yet?
No.
A lot of money. Cass is looking back distractedly at the sigil circle thing. Yeah, I mean, take the biggest, baddest people we can. We've got money. They're probably gonna die anyways, but so let's maybe the guy that can't die or something.
That's a good point. Guy can't die.
Very
Might be more.
pessimistic.
Yeah, realistic.
And are we doing this without offering commune?
I
To the
think we're
prince?
gonna do that too.
Maybe do it first. We might get one of them.
I mean, we don't
Phrasings.
have to. There's other options. I like to look at
What are
Cass as I
the,
say this.
I'd ask her what are the costs per individual?
Oh, for the day, 10,000 gold pieces.
Oh, fucking Christ.
Are guaranteed not dying in a meeting with the Bone King? I would
don't think
gladly
it's
do that.
No,
guaranteed. by
not
any
guaranteed.
means.
No guarantee at all.
They'll
I
just
think
die before
the 5
us.
plus are pretty tough, and with the 6th would make it a hell of a challenge to.
I think you're underestimating the strength of the Bone King.
Maybe.
Uh,
But we're gonna have to see him at one point or another. This is the cheapest option we've come across so far.
Well, we've also not checked any other options. I'm just throwing that out
Yeah,
there.
this is
We can
the
shop around.
also the most expensive option, seeing as
We
it's
have-
the
That's
only
true.
option.
We have
That's
said
true. But
we would pay 10,000 gold and make a deal with the devil instead of like walking outside and going to talk to 3 other people.
that's true. I just feel like it's gonna get to a point where we're running out of time, so we need to choose quickly.
What do you mean? Run out of time. Where's the clock?
there's no. She's right there. There's no time limit.
No, I mean with the Bone King. I
No,
think us
again,
not showing up is going to eventually be seen as a sign of disrespect. And
Alara,
Hey,
are you
he's
gonna
suicidal?
he's gonna
Huh?
murder us anyways.
We have to ask that like every 10 sessions or so, just checking to see if Lara's suicidal. Like, hey, are you doing
making
okay?
sure.
no, I
You
trust
having
in
any dark
fate.
thoughts?
No, I trust in fate.
We're here
Um,
for you.
Yeah, you can talk to us and all of that. Why don't you ask your god then?
I
Yeah.
have. I've spoken to her.
Oh yeah,
and
what'd she
said
say?
She said to trust in fate.
Well, that's hardly an
And
answer.
Yeah.
I made me see reasons to ask the question: why would he have sent an emissary to summon us? To have a meeting instead of just kill us right there and take everything we had. If they slipped on the ship that easy, why not just cut our throats on our sleep, take the ship and everything we have?
Maybe he likes to do it personal.
Yeah, what did she say? Did she give you a good answer?
Cause trust and fate, not
Um,
really an answer.
That kind of seems
Was
Was
like
she
it'd be
like,
her
oh, he
default.
actually doesn't want to kill you. He's kind of a cool guy. Nothing like that.
no direct answers.
Hmm.
Um,
I can't believe I believe in this god.
I'm just gonna say, Blade Reavers, really cool people, but before we make a contract with the devil and throw down 10,000 gold, maybe we check in with the Lords of Tempest or the Harbor Ghost. Just suss out.
Alex, haven't we run into the Lords of Tempest before? We did at that. Was that them that gave me that God damn it, what was it? A charm of some sort.
No, that was a different organization.
Okay, that was okay.
No, those were
I've-
clerics of Ilmater, I think.
Okay, gotcha.
I vote we go talk to the ghost people.
Yeah, let's go to the Harbor Ghosts.
Yeah.
Let's make things complicated.
Crossover!
Okay.
We'll
We're
thanks for
gonna.
your time.
Is this a one-time offer thing, or can we come back?
Our services are always available to anyone that's got coin.
Coolio.
Really cool. Really cool. Thank you.
You watch as she just like turns and doesn't say anything, just like walks away from you and leaves you.
Man, scary, scary, powerful women. Gotta say.
Could have gotten a lot of answers from Levistus. You can get.
Still can.
Kind of reminds me of Sarah. Strong, powerful.
Scary.
Basically ignores me. Yeah.
No nonsense. Yeah. Okay,
Right.
shitty. Let's to the Harbor Ghost.
Oh, Shitty stayed outside. So yeah, you set out to Shitty.
Dance our way through the battlefield again. Yeah.
I get close to Cassius. Kind of whisper, do we even have 10,000 gold we could spend?
You know, I was going to ask them, but I doubt people here take Oran Empire notes. So we're really low on gold.
Oh, because it's on the bank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they take gems.
We do have that fancy gem box. We don't know how much that's worth.
We have a lot of gems.
But we got that box with the gems on it. The fancy box.
Box. Fancy box with gems inside.
Fancy gem box filled with gems.
Hard to resist, honestly.
I mean, yeah.
We can see if people are open to negotiating.
That being said, what's the what do we know about the ghosts?
They want to
That
disrupt
they would
tincture.
production and would unstabilize Langston as a whole.
Hey, we're looking to disrupt tincture production.
And we don't care about destabilizing Langston.
I mean, I don't just care about destabilizing any government, so that's
Exactly. In fact, kind of as a pro, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely on the pro side. I mean, so far you've only
At
told
this
us.
point, Danny Boy kind of leans in and just says, "Just FYI, the destabilization of Langston is how Elhorn came into power. So there's that."
I mean, yeah. Look at you guys now, so.
Empires fall every day.
Maybe some really cool person will take over and they'll be all great and we'll clean up the streets, you know?
Yeah.
Danny Boy just goes, "That's a really good point."
Maybe it's you, Danny Boy. Maybe you're next in charge.
Yeah, could be. Could do. So,
Danny Boy, what would you do if you were in charge?
What would be your first act as king?
First decree.
my first edict. Let's see. I would get a skyship. I would be the captain of it. There would be only one captain.
One captain.
Yeah, just one captain.
Crazy.
And I would, I don't know, fuck it. I'll just declare war on the FETC. Watch it all. I don't know. Go out in a blaze of glory.
Like it.
Not a bad
Yeah,
end.
but like, what about taxation? Like, what would you do with that?
Yeah.
Like, that's the fun stuff, but you know, being king comes with some other.
Yeah, we know your foreign
I
policy.
think what I would do is I would just pick one faction at random and then just begin just like raiding them.
Okay.
And then at some point, I would just stop and randomly pick someone else.
What about like education? What's your
Yeah, and
policy there?
pollution. Like, do you have
Yeah.
that too?
Yeah, so as far as education goes, like I said, I would just randomly attack people and they would learn not to fuck with me.
Yeah, maybe not Danny Boy for king.
You
I'm
got
just
a
gonna
little
throw
bit
that
of
out there.
a little bit of a mean streak in you, Danny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just figure it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. You gotta run with it, Life's short. See what it has to offer,
True. Yeah.
Okay,
No one
so
puts it that way.
we'll keep thinking of alternatives, but your enthusiasm is noted. Take us to the Harbor Ghost, please.
Okay. I would say Samugi and Sundara would notice that Alara has kind of snuck off
What the fuck? Oh, come on.
while you guys are having that conversation.
Himself killed.
So Alara has run off. I don't know if anybody else noticed that.
I didn't. Definitely not.
Do you think we
Wish-
should ask her where she's not gonna tell us, or she would have just asked us to go with her?
I know where she went.
Where?
Where?
She went to talk to the Bone King alone. Obviously.
No way. She would do that
Obvious.
with us.
It's obvious.
I totally. Yes, she gave that vibe, but do you really think she would do that?
100%.
Do you have any way of communicating with her? Could we scry on her? Could we
Not
Yeah.
if she
just
doesn't.
sending stone?
We could scry and send a message to her.
Or we could just send a message say, don't go to the Bone King alone. We know that's what you're doing.
Yeah, maybe we should start with that.
Okay.
Cass,
I-
that's you. Send it.
I mean, I can send it with the Palantir, so Cass doesn't have to waste spell slots.
Cool.
Do that.
Okay. Alara, where did you go? Please don't meet with the Bone King without us.
All
Don't
right,
be stupid.
Alara.
Please be safe.
Yeah, they sent you that message. You want to respond to it?
I'm just going for a walk.
In Langston?
Lie. Lie.
Okay.
I think she's forced her hand to go to the Bone King.
We can just
can't-
couldn't we just intercept her to
I'm
find
saying we
where
could
she
try.
is?
But if she does go to the Bone King, we need to help her.
Yeah.
Can't let her go alone.
Okay, let's scry and find where she went.
She just says she's going for a walk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going for a walk.
I'm gonna
Great.
cast the message spell if you are within 120 feet.
Okay. Yeah, she is.
Okay. Alara, come on. What do you... You can't at least take one of us. This isn't the place to sneak off. Like, you're going to die. Come on.
I am not so sure of that. I know it sounds foolish, but we need an answer as to what it is he wants.
Oh God.
Told you.
I'm willing to
Told
risk it.
you. Go for it. Bye.
I'm scrying. I'm finding exactly where she is. Let's go.
I'm not going directly at the Bone King. I'm literally wandering, just thinking about this.
Well, you're about
Just
to
like,
get.
yeah,
You have not answered that in any of our messages, so you're about to get tackled. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're
So,
like,
Laura-
oh, I'm going for a walk, and we need answers.
Yep.
I'd like to...
Get ready to get freaking tackled by us.
I'm gonna climb. I'm gonna start climbing.
Okay, so Alara, what was your destination right now?
A tavern to grab a drink.
Okay, because you also don't know where the Bone King is.
I know, and that's what I was saying. I was like, I'm just gonna like aimlessly wander. I'm gonna find a tavern, have a drink, and
Okay.
think about things.
Roll a d6 for me, please.
All right. 4.
Okay. Um, so as you kind of walk around a little bit, you do find what looks like a really sketchy tavern. There's a lot of like just rough pirate types around. There's something going on in the bar right now. There's what looks to be some kind of like brawl or fight or something like that. So as you slink in, no one really pays you much mind. However, in this brawl, you can go ahead and get a drink as this is happening, but you watch as like people are getting stabbed, bodies are being like thrown out of windows. Um, yeah, it's hectic here.
You're gonna get
So,
both.
scry spell. Um, Alara, go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw, and then Kevin, what's the total DC?
-9 to her roll
Natural
because
20.
I'm familiar with her and I have a possession of hers.
Okay. So Alara, you rolled a natural 20.
Yep.
I'm gonna say for the sake of this, you would get the sense you're being scryed on. Do you want to try to hide from your group?
Nope.
Okay. So you see Alara in some bar, like
Having a drink.
alone, yeah.
Is there?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm tying a leash. I'm tying a leash to her when she comes back. This is we can't be separating. Like
I
this.
will minor illusion the inside of this bar to Danny Boy. Do you know this place?
Wow, that's a really good use of minor illusion.
Yeah, that's wow, that's really incredible that you did that. No, I don't. But I mean, she walked out with us, and it's only been like a couple minutes. There's only one bar close by, so
Take a
I
sip.
guess we go to that one. No?
okay. All right. It's a Kozanite bar, so you know.
So what? What does that mean? Kozanites, are they like, do they like it cold in the bar, or what does that mean?
Oh, like you know, just stick together because if you get caught out, you might just get like stabbed and killed, and then have all your stuff taken.
Quick question: Kozanite isn't owned by Kozanite or Kozanite by? That's just where they go.
That's where they go.
Okay. Just wondering. Different dynamics if they owned it.
Well, they sort of own it because I think at some point the owners just turned into hostages.
Are we walking and talking? Are we walking and talking?
Yes.
You might as well just walk, yeah.
Yeah.
So like, he heads off, takes you into the direction of this bar. I'd like all of you, or just one of you for the group, go ahead and roll a d6 for me.
5.
Okay. Okay. You step in the bar. You quickly see Alara at a table. As your whole group of like these very different looking people step in, there's like a bar fight going on right now, and it just all stops as soon as you open the door.
Continue the blood sport. Don't mind
Hello,
us.
just don't mind us. I like point over at Laura. So much trouble.
As this happens, you watch as a pretty like Goliath that's larger than Varric uh, steps up, kind of looks over all of you, looks at you, Varric, and walks over to you and gets kind of a little bit in your face and begins speaking to you in Giant. Do you speak Giant?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It wasn't racist.
I had dwarvish parents.
okay, so he speaks to you in Giant.
Cool. I look at him. and I speak to him in Dwarvish.
Give me a persuasion check.
Come on, persuasion. Don't fuck me. Unnatural 20.
Nice.
Okay.
Rolled 18.
So with that, he just kind of like looks at you a little confused. His eyes kind of track down to your neck tattoo, and then he just says, "My mistake then." And then takes a step back and moves away.
Cool.
Wait, is his neck tattoo the gunner tattoo or the thistle and?
The gunner tattoo.
Okay.
The rune and thistle one is on his hand.
Okay.
After that interaction, I go over to Alara and grab her by her shirt and lift her up and start walking out of the bar.
Okay. Laura, you're getting dragged out of here.
You can struggle if you want, but I'll grapple the shit out of you.
Okay. With that, Danny Boy comes up next and just like, "Yeah, this is a rough place to be. I was wondering if you had already died. Looks like there's maybe some distraction, but these Kozanites will just kill you as soon as they look at you."
Are we outside of the bar now?
Yeah.
Danny Boy, quick question for you. That other Goliath, he came up to me, started shivering about enjoying it. And then I responded in Dwarvish, because I thought if we're going to be racist, I might as well just go with
Break the
it.
stereotype, you know?
Yeah. And then he looked at me neck tattoo and backed off. What's up with that?
Yeah. Oh, you don't know?
No, I don't.
I mean, you've been to the Underhorde Reformatory.
Yeah, broke out, broke back in, broke out again.
Right. So no one breaks out of that place.
Oh. So he realized I was fucking badass and backed off.
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't fight someone with that neck tattoo. It's just not worth it. You know?
You know what? This might be more of a blessing than it is a curse, you know what I'm saying? Alright, let's get going.
Alara,
Bruh, what the heck was that about?
you can't.
You can't just give us cryptic woo-woo answers after running off. What in the heavens?
Just seems like we're not going to find what we need to afford reinforcement for this.
I start to take a
And we're
rope
gonna
out
get around it.
and I
I was
begin
just
to
kidding.
That's
tie
like
it
going
around her
to
waist.
that's like going to one shop who doesn't sell the sword you're looking for, and you're like, well, I guess I'll just jump in the ocean now.
Sorry, my impatience just got the better of me, maybe. I just want to know what the fuck he wants.
We'll
We've been
find out
pushed
when we
around
go
so
see you.
much. Just feel like sometimes we need to push back.
That is like all we do ever is push back. That's like our life. We've
Good
not
point.
stopped pushing back.
Okay,
I mean, Danny Boy speaking up. To be fair, I'm also getting a little bit bored. Like, I feel like, we went all the way to shitty, and then you go to this one place, and you're like, let's check out another. So I do see how it's kind of a bit of like a shopping mission, which I can understand.
we have a way for all of us to get out of there safely, right? Looking at Sandara and Alara.
Yeah.
I mean, probably, unless he's got some weird anti-magic fields, which wouldn't put past him.
If it will prevent you from running away out of impatience again, out of all places to be impatient, let's just go there. Our business with him doesn't end there, right? If he tries to kill us and we can get out, let's get out and continue what we're doing.
I mean, sure.
I think it's a stupid idea, but
It's a terrible idea.
What if we had a smart idea?
well, arguably we did, I think, but
No.
I
You
will.
try
I
to put
don't think
anything.
it's any worse than any of our other ideas.
I will throw my coin in with your choice, Alara. I mean, we've killed Gunner for God's sakes. Like, we're not nobodies. We can hold our own
You
for a
broke
little
into a
bit.
place that you can't break out of. Well, some of you have broken out of there twice. We broke in and broke out and killed him and took his ship. So
And we killed the Duke.
Oh, that was.
yeah, that was an accident. But yeah,
Maybe it was an accident for all you, but I did
I
on
think
purpose.
that was also due to a little bit of impatience on me and Sunara's part.
I was only scouting, but
I was-
if you want to go
but
talk to the Bone King right now,
I'm
Now
just
let's do
itching
it.
to know what the hell it is he wants.
yeah.
I mean, let's go see the Bone King.
Danny boy, can you take us to the bone
Unless,
throne?
Samugi, you have an objection.
Objection from me. I'm sure any outcome we, land on will be terrific and work out great in our favor. So
And this is why I
I'm an
like
optimist.
Samugi.
Sounding like another fate believer.
Okay. With that, Shitty just goes, well, looks like this is where our paths will diverge. So I'll go ahead and send you that way, and then good luck. You know where to find me if you survive or if you need any other assistance. He's going to point you in the direction of the docks. He'll actually lead you there, and as he does, he says, everybody be cool. We are in Bone Hunter territory, so just chill out. Don't look at anyone sideways. And it is that humongo ship out there. That is where you will find the Bone King.
Thanks, Danny. We'll see you
Shitty.
later. This.
You notice as you entered the docks, it is raining just in the docks.
Hmm.
There's like a
And
small, like,
how long?
almost like a small, like, micro storm that's going on just in the docks.
Like just rain or like thunder and lightning?
There's clouds, no thunder or lightning.
Okay. I guess just look like you belong here. Let's
Can I is there any way to sense if this is some kind of magical dampening by chance? Or like something to break illusions?
it's rain. It makes stuff
Um,
wet.
Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Not great. 8.
Okay, yeah, you don't know.
Okay.
All right. How do we get to the ship?
Well, we have an
You just want to try to
audience.
walk up to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
So as you approach, you see a variety of pirates that are dressed very differently. This is a lot more almost like I don't know, like ancient, like kind of like Maori, like Pacific Islander. There's like they're decked out in like shark teeth and just like bones. They're you see them wielding like bone swords with shark teeth that have been affixed to them. So it's like these serrated, almost like chainsaw like blades. Um, you watch as they kind of get in front of you and stop you. And you watch as one of them that appears to be like this kind of, they've got what looks like this large like fish tail, and they've got almost like some of the facial features are almost like that of a shark.
Do you have a picture of Shark Boy?
I don't have a picture of Shark Boy. There might be one coming up of someone like him, but you notice just like looking around the district, there's a lot of Triton pirates here. He just kind of looks over you and just goes, "You have business here?"
We have a meeting with the Bone King.
And who might this meeting be with?
We're the Remnants.
You watch as he kind of like looks over towards he looks over towards one of the other pirates and just like nods, and you just wait here while one of them just like walking over to the ship.
I stand, hands on my hips, chest out, cape billowing.
I turn around and I'm looking behind us. Just keeping an eye out.
Okay. Give me while I
Cass,
set this up.
You look very majestic. What?
I've been waiting for this moment for years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Killed a lot of people, tortured a lot of people to get here.
Please, please don't do anything reckless.
I won't. I just want you to know.
I'm well aware.
Sometimes the road is long and hard.
We'll get him.
As this is happening, that individual comes back and this kind of like whispers something to the Triton pirate, and he just kind of like nods and says, "You're all good to go."
Thanks, mate. Cheerio, all that.
He doesn't like quite get out of your way.
I don't slow down or move to avoid bumping into him.
Okay.
But I don't make I'm not also going out of my way to run into him. I just
Okay.
continue straight. So if he wants to move, he can. If not, no qualms.
Okay. As you do, he's gonna fully step in front of you, so he's like completely blocking your path.
Thought you said we were good to go, mate.
He just kind of goes like, "Huh," and then steps out of the way.
What was your name again?
Good start. Oh Lord.
Very
Don't worry about it.
very far.
All right.
Thanks for not killing us. We'll be on our way
He
now.
just, like gives this big toothy grin, and he's following you.
Okay.
And you watch as you're walking through like this busy. There's like a lot of activity going on here. You watch as you're walking through kind of this like busy marketplace at the docks, and a lot of like, you're kind of having to dodge like some dockers that are like tying off boats, like loading things. Through the crowd, you're picking up a bit of an entourage.
God.
Like random people here or there that is like, hey, maybe
Awesome.
they're like with this. They just like kind of fall in line, and you kind of like peek behind you. You've started with just these 2 pirates. You've now got 8, and you're about halfway to the boat.
Yeah, jeez.
So fighting's out of the option right now. Let's try to be peaceful.
Hey, Sandara.
Yes.
Hey, whisper.
Yes.
Secret time. Ah, How quick can you make a glyph?
A glyph of warding?
Or of voting?
I mean, it takes me about an hour to make one.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I could maybe. No, I don't think I could.
If we get out of this back to the ship, remind me about my awesome glyph idea.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome
Cool.
glyph idea. I'll write it down.
Yep, awesome.
As you begin walking towards the ship, you've now picked up about like 30 plus
Cool.
pirates that are just kind of like you've got a whole crowd, and at this point, the entirety of the docks has halted to a close as your group is now approaching this mothership here. You see a bunch of longboats that are nearby. There's like boats on boats on boats that are surrounding the ship, but this is the one that is docked.
Why are they following us?
$10,000 guard doesn't seem like such a bad idea now, does it?
I doubt one person would have helped us here.
You see a juggernaut of a ship here. It's very clearly got like these arcane runes on the side of it, but very obviously this is not a sky ship. In fact, you have not seen any sky ships here in Langston. As you approach, etched into the side in kind of this like gilded like silver trim, you see the name of the vessel, the Eye of Kresnik. As you approach, you're kind of stopped at the precipice of the ship, and you see there are people like working on there's like deckhands and things like that, kind of like setting things up, tying things up. But you see this huge, long table, and there are a bunch of pirates having a feast on the deck of the ship.
In the middle of the day?
In the middle of the day. And not only
No
that,
extra chairs, I presume.
there are no extra chairs, and it's like raining directly onto the food as well.
Cool.
Interesting.
With that, there's still like this like lively chatter and things like that. And on one side of the table, you see this like huge, like kind of porpoise-looking triton that does not look familiar to whoever scried, which I believe was Varric. That's right. And on the other end of the table, seated on like almost what looks like a throne chair that is set up at the head of this table, you see he's actually not even at the table itself. He's got his own personal table, like a notch above this like dining table here. But you see the huge figure of Elhorn as he takes like a goblet, raises it, and says, "Well, good evening there, friends. I wasn't expecting you to come so soon. I trust my companion found you and gave you my summons."
That would be correct.
Very good, very good. Valeska's good people. Hope she didn't handle you all too roughly there.
Just enough threats to make our way here.
Well, you're here now, and that's all that matters. So I suppose we can just go ahead and talk some business, as I presume you're ready to do so.
We wouldn't have shown up otherwise. We are ready for whatever business you'd like to converse about.
You watch as he just like takes this hunk of what looks like some kind of sea creature and just like takes a huge bite out of it, and then just like waves his hand, like inviting you to come. There's no place for you to sit. He's just like inviting you to stand at like the foot of the table.
Is there? So there's people sitting at the table, right?
There's people sitting at the table.
And they're going about just eating.
They're kind of eating their food, and then they've all kind of turned and they're watching you.
Okay.
This,
Never mind.
this seems like it's relevant now. I took the alert feat with this level up, just
Okay,
in case
thanks for
anyone
letting me know.
pulls anything funky.
Okay. You hear like a rattling of some chains and like almost like a hissing noise, and you turn and you see like a completely like zombified body, kind of like masculine features. He's on some kind of lift right next to Elhorn. There is this huge greatsword that looks like two like twisting serpents that is going like through this thing's back and like nailing it to the platform underneath. It's like staked into this thing by this greatsword. There's a ring on the edge of the greatsword on the handle that's connected to a chain that's connecting it to the lift above it. And this thing's just like sitting there, just like every once in a while, just kind of like swaying. And you watch at one point, like, Elhorn just like grabs this like hunk of fish and just goes, "Here, boy," and just like chucks it to him. And you watch as this thing just like reaches down. It's like just kind of out of reach, but ends up like grabbing it and just like starts hungrily like munching on it as well. As you go to stand before Elhorn, he just goes, "Well, I suppose my compatriot may have given you some idea as to why you're here."
Not really, no.
No.
Well, that's perfect. We can start from scratch. Well, let's just say that your names come up across my desk more than once, and one thing I've learned in about 8 years of doing this is when that happens, you stop. And those are generally people that you want to introduce yourselves and develop a relationship with. I heard through the grapevine that your little group was collecting some interesting items, and me, myself, being a collector, thought I might take a gander at some trade.
Does he have the book on him?
Yes, he does. He kind of looks over you all and just says, "You there, tiefling boy. If I'm not... Now, do you have the skin on you that is visible?"
I don't. Whether or not it's visible, that's up to you. But I have it on. Yes.
I mean, you're like, you can change forms. You blend it out. Like, do you want it to be visible or not?
I'd say I have like those cool neck tattoos that cover right under the chin. It's like that, but it's the silks that are like
So it's like
skin
a little,
tight.
almost like a little, like, yeah, like a turtleneck kind of coming up. He just says, "Now, tiefling boy there, if I'm not mistaken, that'll be the pelt of the Moon Warden that you've got donned there."
It would be hard earned.
Perfect, as all good things should be. So, I wanted to meet your group and get to know you and offer you an invitation into my little gang. How's that sound to y'all?
Quick question. Does anyone know that Samugi has those other robes from the blind guy?
No one has mentioned it.
Okay. Just wondering. I mean, do we have to stay in this port for part of the crew? Or can we continue on with our business?
Well, I'd tell you I'd give you a whole lot of business, and it would be very lucrative for all parties involved, as it's come to my understanding that you've come across a very valuable resource in that your little troop somehow owns a skyship, one that I require for certain activities.
Well, it seems secrets are off the table. What activities?
Well, and I just want to make this clear, I wouldn't be commandeering your vessel, I'd be inducting you into the group. You would still be the captain of your own ship. You would decide more or less what to do with your vessel. I would just point and decide where it goes and what it does. The first thing on the table that I'd have us do is deal with a problematic privateer that's been giving my organization some trouble.
One man?
Well, one particularly pissed off lady that has seemed to take it upon herself to raise all sorts of hell. Seems she's got a skyship of her own that she somehow nicked off the FETC, and she's making my life inconvenient.
And who is this person?
She goes by Kalimov. So, because I can't deal with her skyship for now, when she does kind of pick off some of my patrols and some of my raiding parties, I figure we hit her back with a little bit of air superiority.
Do you know where she hangs out?
That would be your job to find out.
Of course.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You seem like you're being very forthright with us. We're kind of free birds. Really like being able to go where we want to go and do what we want to do. And right now, it doesn't seem too enticing to like get tied down in a very serious relationship, if you know.
Yeah, believe me, I can understand that. Let me put it to you this way. You see, when you all stepped foot on my ship, you died. You're dead. And what we've got here is what I like to call a second chance. So whatever lives you had before this, that's all over. And what I'm offering is a second life, one that's going to be different, yes. Any less wealthy? I imagine not. Any less fulfilling? I imagine not. I mean, I'm offering you the world on a platter here. I think it's just a matter of perspective. Once you let go of those things that you were holding on to, this will get a whole lot easier for everyone else, because the alternative is me and my crew here have got to get our hands dirty, and we haven't even made it through supper yet.
I look
You
over
know,
to
one
the
if I may.
corpse that he has as he says that.
That is a very generous offer.
He looks over at you, Cass, and just says, "Oh, don't you worry about my dog here. He's got no bite. We made sure of that." And he like takes his big palm and like just kind of pats him on the head. At which point, like the zombie just like tries to bite him, but he's just like kind of forcing his head down. He just goes, "This here was actually, believe it or not, my previous captain, Kresnik One Eye." And he's a reminder to both myself and everyone else how seriously you need to take it when you consider fucking with me.
I promise you there will be no fucking.
Perfect. Well, with that in mind, you can go ahead and hand over the skin or the pelt. I'll be taking that as a just a down payment as your trial run in our little gang here.
We'll get it back when we finish the job.
No, we won't.
The pelt is what I would call tribute. So that is a gift. It's part of having etiquette or being civilized when you enter someone's home. It's a little embarrassing for me that I had to bring it up myself, but again, you're not from around here, so I'm not gonna hold you to it.
I look at Kath.
We
Hatred in my eyes.
Yeah, I'm matching it at this point. We have many objects. Unfortunately, the pelt isn't one that we're willing to give up.
Look, if I could turn around and sell a magical sword to Alexi Faraday for a king's ransom, I'd be doing that, but the pelt's what he's after, so that'll be my tribute.
Okay, who's in front of me? Like the people at the table?
It's so the people at the table are behind you. You're like between that table and his.
Okay,
So you're
there's
kind of
nobody at this
sandwiched
table.
between
Oh,
him
seriously.
and the rest of the group.
And there's nobody at the table besides him.
Now, that's right. Yeah, and at this point, he kind of, as you're kind of thinking this, he kind of goes on and says, "Now, I know exactly what you're thinking right now. You're thinking, how could I go ahead and weasel my way out of this? I've got some kind of teleportation spell or some kind of large blast. Maybe I could take out everyone at the table. Just bring on the carnage." And as entertaining as that might be, I will have you know that if and when your shoddy plan does fail, you're then forcing my hand to go on and make an example out of you. And believe me, I'm as much a fan of hard work as anyone else, but it'll be messier that way. So,
I don't move.
you're here. You came to do
I
business, so let's get that pelt. Let's get it going.
look over at Cass and Varric with the look that Sandara has, where she's like, I will do some effery right now if anybody gives me the go ahead.
Can I look at the group, see what everybody's eyes are saying?
Yeah, we need to dip.
It's not what my eyes say.
Yeah.
Samugi just gives
I'ma
like a
go
deep squint with his eyes, like, fuck this.
Ready to fuck shit up.
Alright.
I am gonna do some stuff now.
Open it up.
I
Go for
I
it.
take a few steps back from the table and Elhorn.
You watch as
And
he just like slowly like takes his big like meaty paws and just like lays them out on the table and like pushes up with a creak, and you watch as like his large like gut just kind of hangs over the table, and he just goes, "Is this about to get exciting?"
How tall is
And
he?
he's
Fucking
Um,
Christ, that's terrifying.
he's like maybe 6 feet tall, but he's like curled into a C. He's hunched.
Hmm.
So he just kind of like
I'm
leans over
going
both
to
hands on the table.
I'm going to subtle cast wall of force and
And
envelop
then,
our group in a wall, in a
and
bubble.
then,
Okay.
and then I'm going to
Alright.
subtle cast. And then I'm going to subtle cast Word of Recall with my sorcery point.
Okay. Um.
Hopefully it works or we're all dead.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna say
Fuck your counter spells. What we say.
Alara, just you go ahead and roll initiative.
Oh shit. Okay. Because I'm the
My
quickest
heart
here.
is literally
Oh
pounding
my god,
so
fucking
loud.
so 4.
4.
I am preparing to do something. It's a reaction though.
Okay. As Sindar, as this wall of force comes up, you watch as chairs that are like in the barrier where that wall would have been just completely explode into splinters. Part of Elhorn's table, like it gets flipped, and as it does, he like catches it in the air and just like throws it off to the side, and you watch it just like just lifts off like the side of the boat. And he just kind of like cocks his head. Immediately after you cast the wall of force, before it gets to the top, like right as a spell finishes, you watch as you just faintly see like he just like lifts a finger, disintegrates it.
I will, waiting for him to do something, very quickly whip out my gun and temporal shunt him. It's basically a counter spell but cooler. I can describe how I do it, but the mechanics
So
are.
I'm gonna stop you just because as cool as this is, you don't see him do anything because this was his own subtle spell.
Oh, bitch.
Can you?
Okay.
Can you?
So there's not going to be any cast spell trigger. Him like kind of pointing his finger was like just for flavor. It essentially just happens, but mechanically you don't even know that he did anything.
Okay. I think I have to see him cast a spell.
Yeah.
So you can't. You can cancel a subtle spell. Because then
You would have to see. So he didn't. So mechanically, he didn't counterspell Sindara's spell. He disintegrated the wall.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
So
What about my Word of Recall?
okay. So we will. Do you have to be touching?
Oh, just everybody within 5 feet of me.
Okay,
Up to
because
5 creatures within 5 feet of me.
shit just kind of popped off. Everyone here was
Yeah.
ready for it. So your initiative
Yeah.
roll was what?
4.
Okay. So that means I'm going to get a chain of actions for everyone in proximity who is able to do something here.
Initiative.
Okay.
Must roll initiative.
Just, I'm not trying to argue my way out of the disintegrate. Yeah, that I'll accept that. But this spell also works when someone makes an attack roll. So if it's a spell, even if they subtle spell it and they're making an attack roll for it, I don't know if that would work. Just
Can you read the
considering.
ability to me that I made up a long time ago?
This is from Critical Role, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, this isn't your.
No. One reaction taken when a creature you can see makes an attack roll, starts to cast a spell. They need to make a wisdom saving throw or vanish, being thrown to another point in time and causing the attack to miss or the spell to be wasted. They return at the start of their next turn, and they don't remember me casting the spell.
This is a reaction,
It's a reaction.
and it's a wisdom save.
So a wisdom save.
Okay.
I'll accept the disintegration. Like we can just moving
I thought you were-
forward.
Well, no. I think this is because I will say technically there would have been an attack roll, and I think I'll say narratively, it would make sense that if this is something that already happened, Cass would be able to like just barely like reverse time enough to like try to cancel it out. So I will make a wisdom save.
Okay.
That is a. I rolled very low. That is a 13.
Oh.
So that's going to be one legendary resistance that you
Son
can
of a
use.
bitch.
So, what happens on a success?
Nothing. Mechanically, nothing. However you wanted to look.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't even know if technically you do make an attack roll against the wall of force when you cast Disintegrate. I think in that context, it just like. But regardless, we'll say. So he's one legendary resistance down. So let's have at this point everybody roll initiative.
Can I
roll
roll
again?
initiative, load myself into the stack pack?
I don't think anyone has
We didn't
talked
go over that.
Derek about this.
No.
Eric has no
Brief
idea.
you on the stack pack,
So here's what we're gonna do.
James?
Here's
What?
what we're gonna do.
What'd you
Back
say?
in time,
Stack.
you guys are walking towards Langston, making that last part of your journey.
Hey, it's a flashback.
Yeah, flashback. Varric, you kind of feel like Samugi kind of like tap you on the leg.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
So
Varric.
this is your chance to sell the stack pack.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you noticed, but I've been kind of devising an invention. You know, I'm something of an inventor, I guess you could say. And I just thought, you know, given our differential in stature, that we could
Mhm.
perhaps team up from time to time in a combat situation.
Love
So, I present to you the stack pack, and Samugi pulls out a back catapult mechanism.
I've
that's
got like
perfect-
a backpack, but for the stack.
Yes. You are part of the invention. It requires your willingness and to carry it first of all. And
Wow.
I believe it has some. I did my best to tweak it as to not you know slow you down too much. But what were the characteristics of this?
Basically, this is like a large, like shoulder-mounted cannon on a sling that you can like sling over so that you're like holding it and then like sling it back around. So basically, while it's on your person, your movement speed is reduced by 5.
Mm-hmm.
If Samugi is loaded into it, it's reduced by another 5.
Mm-hmm.
And then it can be triggered to essentially launch Samugi like a cannon.
Cool.
I think I can either launch it independently or you can launch it yourself. So
Yeah.
you know, there's like a two-way control system here.
Yeah, and it's an attack
And
action.
Sindara can launch it too.
And Sindara can launch it with a cantrip too, because it's a
Sure.
clockwork device.
Cool. What do I need?
So, are you wearing that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's
So then,
cool.
for the
Shit.
purpose of this, would we say that Samugi was just like in the stack pack this whole time?
For sure.
Yeah, sure.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I would like to acknowledge Jess's amazing Shark Tank pitch. That was
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
I
I would
bring
like
to
to
you.
say it's like a weaponized baby Bjorn.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. So
Flash forward.
Yeah. Oh no, that's a great flashback for the stack pack. I love it.
so here's what's happening. Yikes. So, here, let's do this. I'll do that again. I'll be kind. Um, yeah. So, before we roll initiative, Sandara is going to attempt to. I mean, this is going to happen whenever it's her initiative count. She's going to attempt to word of recall you guys out of here.
Alara.
Laura.
Alara.
Sorry, Alara is going to do that. In the meantime, I'm going to roll some dice to determine how many pirate crew here have a chance to do something before that happens.
Okay.
And I'm going to say your characters would all know that this is kind of like the get out of jail free card that Alara has. So I'm going to assume that there was some discussion beforehand. For the spell to work, you all need to be within 5 feet of each other. Or 5 feet of her?
Yeah, 5 feet of me.
Okay, so you really need to like be on Alara when it goes off. So at first I was going to roll a d20 to determine how many crewmates are here because there's like 30 here. And I rolled a natural 17, and instead I'm going to do 2 d12s.
24.
Okay, so that's 7.
Okay.
So there's going to be 7 crewmates that have a chance to do an action here. Oh, and then I'll roll for the big man. Oh, actually, I had him go after you because we weren't in initiative, so he already went. Okay, so go ahead and roll your initiatives. I'll roll mine.
Do I re-roll my initiative?
Nope.
What'd you say?
Damn it.
Don't get your D8.
Oh, I have alacrity.
Laura, yours was a 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got
Since
to
I
Fucking
already
knew I
survive an
should have
entire
taken the alert
round.
fee.
Do I roll 2 or?
No, because you. Well, I'm gonna say you were like the surprise round that you were going on your own that like tipped everyone else off that this is happening, and then initiative started, which actually Cass also has the alert feat, which Elhorn does as well, which means you would also get essentially 1 free round before we start initiative. Every pirate beat you on initiative, which means all 7 of them will get to act.
Oh my god. Okay.
Are rolling, correct, for initiative?
Actually, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try something a little different. I'll let you guys actually just go whenever you want, except for Alara. So she's going to, like, every single player has had to have taken a turn. And when every single thing is resolved, then we'll go to Alara. So you can choose to act early or late, depending on how this goes.
Including Big Boy? Has to go, or did he already go?
Well, he already went. So, but
Probably has legendary actions.
yeah, there might be some legendary actions to consider. So he might get peppered in. We'll see. So, first things first. So 6 pirates are able to act. Oh, we'll deal with Cassius's unresolved action. Do you want to do anything before we start?
Yeah. What is the layout that these pirates are coming at us in? Completely scattered surrounding?
They're scattered.
Okay.
I'll say the ones in the immediate vicinity, there's going to be 4 from the table that are to the north of you. And then you've got 1 from the southwest, 1 from the east, and Elhorn is dead south of you.
Cool.
Okay. I will. Why not? I want to do my time shit. I will take my gun again and cast slow on the. I assume I can just get 4 people. Those 4 people. It's a 40-foot cube, but I'm centering it like on those 4 people running towards us. And like I cast aims a barrel and the point like the tip of the gun unfurls like a flower, and a bit of like a translucent blue net wave thing just washes out over that area.
Okay.
It's a wisdom again.
I know. I'm thinking about how cunty I want to be.
Okay,
I love that
I will
word.
subtle spell it.
You are subtle spelling it.
Yeah.
Dude, everybody's got subtle spell.
I know.
Who knew?
I don't have subtle spell. All my spells are.
Going to
Okay.
the islands infused me and
I
Alara.
also love that what I felt was like a really unpopular but underrated meta magic option was unanimously taken by everyone in the group. So
Subtle spells are the best
Literally the
one.
best,
It's the best
meta
one.
magic.
Yeah.
What?
I always thought
Maybe
so.
right after Twinned.
I always thought so, and I always took it, but I'm just throwing that out there. Okay, so I will do jack shit about that because I can. Okay, so wisdom saves.
I am like firing a gun though, so it's obvious I'm doing something.
I mean, that's all for flavor, though. I'm gonna
Yeah,
say this
yeah,
is comfortable. Ooh, natural 18 for the first. 14, I imagine, is a fail.
yeah. 17 is your DC.
Ooh, natural 20. And a 13. So
Okay.
2 of them fail. For the purposes of this, 2 pirates will not be able to move quickly enough to act on this initiative. So I'm operating, unless something changes, I'm operating under the assumption that if Alara's spell goes off, this combat just ends here. So if that's the case, these 2 are taken out of the fight.
And that's I guess that's my surprise round. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. So now,
Question.
Yep.
Am I able to weaponize a liter of dragon poison just by simply, just
Launch that shit in there.
making it rain dragon poison mid-air?
like flinging it at someone.
No, like I'm like hypothetically gliding through the air after having catapulted myself and just open up a bottle,
So
kind of hose them down with it.
you could, but let me do this. Because we're in Langston, we're going to do things a little different. I will allow you to flashback an Ocean's 11, an apparatus that Samugi might have crafted in preparation for a way to like aerosolize dragon poison. It sounds like that's kind of what you want to do.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll a tinkering check for this, okay? I'm going to say the benchmark of a success. I'll roll for this.
One session and Samugi went full like chemical terrorist.
Ooh.
This entire
You got really lucky. The benchmark of success is actually 13. There's like
Okay.
milestones above and below that.
Okay, well I rolled a 17 for my tinker check.
Okay. So you hit the benchmark because you didn't get 5 over. You were one short of that. Okay. So I'm gonna say retroactively this prototype will have costed you another 1,000 gold pieces. Now you can do it again for much cheaper.
You mean make
Like-
an aerosol?
Like the process of going through devices to make this would have been 1,000 gold pieces.
Okay.
And if you make more of them, it'll be cheaper because you're not tinkering, you're just making the thing you already know how to make.
Is it like a one-time use thing?
This is a one-time use, but just again because it's the first time, it's gonna
Yeah.
cost more.
Okay. In this flashback, when I discussed our finances with the group, was it something that we agreed upon would be a financially savvy decision? Okay. I'm getting nods.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, cool. So then with having decided that, Samugi went ahead with the prototype and is in possession of a dragon poison aerosolizing weapon.
Cool.
Conveniently.
Now the trick is to not poison your own party members.
Right. That's where the catapult comes in handy to launch myself away from them.
Okay.
So, flash forward. Can I go ahead and take my turn now?
Yes, you can go whenever you want.
Okay. All right. Okay, last question before I go. Does my astral body have any effect on my loading myself into the catapult?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay, cool.
Physical
Well, then,
I'm gonna say
catapult.
you were already loaded in.
I
Yeah.
am, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I should take my turn first.
Okay,
I'm
go
going
for it.
to interpose myself between Alara and the Bone King while
Okay.
still, and then situate said catapult in the fire position
Towards who?
towards the Bone King, obviously.
Okay.
And
So is
then
that your desired target?
Necessarily, because I figured he was just gonna legendary action and reverse whatever I was gonna do anyways, but
So I assume that this is like an area of effect.
yeah.
oh, you want to get those other two pirates?
Yeah, I mean there's more than two, there's 7 now.
Well, there's 5 now. 2 are coming from the table still, and the other 3 are coming from
I
different.
will say, Samugi, you do have kind of a straight line of like a whole banquet table, like a whole Last Supper kind of situation right behind you, where they're all kind of lined up in a very nice cone, like
Yeah, that'd be my
format.
intent is to just
And I'm gonna say
yeah.
you can actually, depending on, are you gonna try to launch yourself to do this?
I was gonna launch myself to do it.
Okay.
You can like tug on my ear to make me turn if you want me
Because
to fix.
I'll say this. I don't know what you were exactly trying to make, but I would definitely allow you to make like a clockwork type, like napalm, like spray gun, where you don't even have to like launch yourself to do it, and it essentially just like a cone of like awfulness that you can make, or just like a bomb, like an aerosolized like smoke bomb.
Okay.
The
Would the
one would be a
also
cone.
time use?
One
Yeah.
One would be a cone. They'd both be one-time use. One would be a cone with a smaller overall area, but a cone, and the other one would be just like a radius, like a circular radius with like more area that you cover, but it's just like less targeted.
Okay.
Which one would you have wanted to make?
The less targeted one, assuming that I'm not gonna hit my own party.
Okay, so you're making a smoke bomb.
Yeah.
Essentially. Okay.
Okay, so
Which
I
I
like
assume is feasible given like the how far I can travel with the catapult. What do we say, like
I
40
mean, it'll
feet?
launch you like 40 feet. They're like 15 feet away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. So
you're gonna
what is the
fly
radius?
over, drop the bomb, and keep going.
Oh, don't you worry, I've got that covered too. I'll be back.
Okay,
Be
okay.
back in a jiffy.
Okay. Okay. So for the sake of this, so why don't we start with you, Samugi? So I assume you're activating the catapult before Varric moves, and your hopeful trajectory is like an arc over the dinner table.
Yeah.
Okay. So as this is happening, force cage goes down.
Okay.
Camera pans in to Varric with time frozen, or like extremely slow motion. You see like just droplets of water like slowly falling down, and you
Mhm.
see like out of the stack pack this tiny little gnome hand reaches out, grabs the lever, kind of gets a good grip on it, and then you just see this like pull, and then you like fast cut into just like clockwork mechanism like slamming together, gears turning, and the spring loaded just, and Samui just gets like launched out in this arc over the table. You can use another attack action to drop this bomb.
Fucking midget launcher.
He can
Yeah.
fly.
What's that?
Can I use a bonus action to drop the bomb or the dragon
Tell you
poison?
what. I'll tell you what. I'll just say it can be a free action because you're literally just like dropping it.
Okay, dope. Okay. Then I'm gonna go ahead and once I've kind of cleared far enough over the enemies and away from my own group, I'm gonna go ahead and drop that.
Give me a. Here's what we'll do. I'll just let you to use, we'll say half your movement to launch yourself. It will be an attack roll for the bomb. Give me a dexterity based attack roll.
Dexterity based attack roll. What does that mean?
Attack. So dexterity plus proficiency. Check essentially.
Ooh, that's a natural 19, which makes for a 26.
Okay. So so you put it exactly where you want to put it.
Okay.
Which I'll say with that roll, you can get everyone that's not in your party.
Does it do any damage or it just has the effect of poison?
You will roll 12d6.
Holy shit.
Oh.
I'm just gonna use the. Okay. Roll.
And this
That was a
and this
total of
uses used
38.
Okay.
Shit.
So you watch as Samugi like drops like this iron ball. It's essentially like a hollowed out cannonball. As it drops, you see as it like is weighted, so it essentially lands like pretty much head up. As soon as it does, an iron spike shoots out the bottom and almost like grappling hook kind of connects it to the table. The top of it just like explodes and these two like pronged like reverse funnel things pop out, and then on the top of it you see like this little spinning like handle thing that you'd have on like a wind-up toy that just starts clicking, and this thing just starts and like spinning and just like aerosolizing poison in this radius as people just start like gagging, like vomiting, like you see someone just like my eyes as they take 38 points of I'll make a save for the ones who can act. That'll be a fail. Success, natural one, success. Okay, so 3 fail, 3 succeed. On a success, they take half damage.
Okay. Was my launch a bonus action?
No,
That was
no action.
okay.
It was
No
movement.
action. Okay.
So you've got, I mean, technically you've got one attack action left, I think.
Yeah.
You
And a
can
bonus.
arc and like bop someone on your way down if you want.
I was actually gonna Steel Wind.
Okay, that is so cool. I want to allow it, even though the action economy might not. So here's what we'll do. Give me an acrobatics check to see if you can pull this off, and just for by yourself a little bit more here, because I love that so much. I want that to happen.
Push yourself.
Ooh, another natural 19. That's a 26.
Good lord.
Okay. The DC I set was over 20, but you smashed it. Okay, so Samugi launches out of this thing. Do you want to describe what happens when you do this?
I actually don't really know. I just Googled this because when you explained it last time, I was not following as fast as I should have. So
here's what happens. Samugi gets launched up in the air. This like cannon thing drops from his position, and then he just like hovers in the air, and you just see like the spiritual like astral form of Samugi. He like blinks out almost like off to the side, and then you just see like still frame like a billion just like martial art forms of Samugi, like
Yeah.
flip book at every piece of the table all at once. So make 6 attack rolls.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Actually, just the monk from Diablo.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
The attack roll is just like a d20 plus. What would my attack roll be? Because this says on a hit, a target makes 6d10 force damage. But am I just rolling to hit?
Yeah.
You need to roll to hit 6 times. So go ahead and just use your Astral Arms modifier to hit. Do that 6 times. And I'll say the AC to beat is going to be 16.
Okay, so the first one was a 19, 13, 23, 9, 25,
Okay.
natural 1, so that's a 10. How many am I rolling here?
One more.
Okay,
One more, yep.
and a 15, so 24.
Jesus.
So
Okay.
4.
You missed 2. I'm going to say on the natural 1, you get exposed to your own poison gas. So I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. The DC is 16.
Uh, 9.
Okay, so you take 38 points of poison damage from being exposed to your own poisonous gas as you pull off this insane maneuver. Now just roll 60-10 one time.
$32.
How much damage did Smoogie just do in one turn?
If you include my own,
You just...
then over 100.
Oh, well over 100.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Significant amount of
the
damage.
Steel and Strike alone did 128.
Oh, right, because multiple.
Fuck me, dude.
So just counting the 6, I'm not even counting other people at the table. You were 1 point shy of 300 points of damage.
Oh my goodness.
Holy fuck.
And just to quote my own feats here, I am immune to disease and poison because of my purity of body.
Okay.
Fuck.
Oh my goodness.
You can actually just suicide bomb with your...
Oh my god.
Literally.
Flat little on the DM.
I just gotta check if it's the poison. Do you see the thing that says R for damage resistances?
For under purity of body, all it says is you are immune to disease and poison. That's all it says.
Immune is not a resistance. That's immune.
No. It's because is it the poison condition or is it actual poison damage?
Poison damage.
Purity of body. 5th edition.
Immune to
You're
disease.
immune. Period. You're immune to damage. According to Reddit, I'm immune to damage caused by poison. So I think that.
I mean, if
that
you click
says it.
if you click defenses,
You're right.
you do
You're right.
it.
Okay.
Nice.
So so also what's kind of awesome about this is you end up in the space that you would have for the Steel and Strike anyways. So I like to think that like Smoothie just like blinks out, like Shoryuken like just disappear everywhere, and then like you just like crack one guy over the head with an elbow, and then there's just like this silhouette of Samugi in this poison cloud. Okay, all that's done. Are you doing anything else?
I still have my bonus action, and I'm gonna use the rest of my movement.
Yeah.
If the DM will allow it.
I will allow it. Are you beating?
I'm in a flurry of blows while I'm up there. And I feel like my position doesn't really matter, so I could really just get up in the mix and just start beating down on people. So might as well.
Hang on.
All right.
Okay, hold on. You have to be stopped at some point. So
Why? Why?
It's fine. No, this is I won't rules lawyer you because I think 1D&D changed this anyways. So go on.
Okay, I'm gonna roll twice for my flurry of blows. Natural 20
Jesus.
Let's just let Samugi fucking kill people.
into 13.
Honestly, we're not leaving. Just click Moogie on him.
Yeah, I think we can take him. He's one legendary resistance down.
Honestly,
He's already killed me.
we've had other people play monks before, but no one as well. We're
No.
lucky.
It's
As
a lot of reading and
As
control of
Jessica.
mind. Because there's like so much to consider. So, are you
Yeah,
thinking?
yeah.
or-
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. It's fine.
Right. So only one hit. So then, let's see my D10.
that was a natural
Right.
20 though.
It's a crit. No, so
Okay.
that's 11 points of damage
Well,
Did
did
you
you
use your Titan Butcher charm to this?
plus
I don't know if
19.
that's allowed. Just
It
throwing that
Well,
out there.
It is.
so how many do I get for this?
I'll say go ahead and roll 2 because technically you would have been able to use 1 on your Steel Wind Strike. But that just would apply to one of them. So we'll say
Right.
this is the same one. And then also, did you do your empowered arm thing where you get an extra D8?
Thank
my
you.
God.
This is the kind of accounting help that I need.
And then double all of that.
Yeah.
So 11 plus. Did you already double the 11?
No, that was just as is. So 6,
With your okay.
12. So 11 plus 12 is 23. And then double that. So
Was that with your modifier added in already?
yes.
Okay, so
Oh, double my modifier.
with or without? That was with or without the modifier.
With.
Okay. So what's the total?
24.
24. So we double that. And then minus 5 because your modifier doesn't get doubled. So that's 48 minus 5, so 43. So you
Okay.
you're like, fuck this guy in particular. Who do you want to do? I mean, it doesn't matter. Do you want to do it against one of the more hurt ones, like the one who got hit with both the Steel Wind and the poison?
If I wanted to stunning strike someone, is that open to just anyone, or does it have to be the guy that I also hit with my flurry of blows?
The one you hit with your flurry of blows.
Okay. It's okay. I don't have to stunning strike him. I'll just go for one of the weaker looking ones, try to kill him.
I mean, if you stun one of them, that's basically like they're dead. If it's just one round of initiative. So, but you want to go for a kill?
Yeah.
Okay. 45 points of damage. It's close.
Is he alive?
He's still alive.
Stun him.
He's stunned, so he's out of the fight.
Love it. Okay. And last thing, invert back to my stack pack.
How close to dead was that guy that got stunned? Like 5 points, 3 points, 10.
You blow on him when he fall down and die.
It was just a flex. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? Yeah, he's 5 points away.
All right. Cool.
Okay. That was Samugi's turn.
Let's all take a second to remember that was 6 seconds.
I would
All
like to
that?
go now if possible.
Everybody
Okay,
exploded.
alright. Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm going to cast Globe of Invulnerability. Subtle. So I don't trust this mother effer over there.
Okay.
And I will bonus action dodge.
I'd like to interpose myself between Alara and Bone King and hold my action to smash if he tries to smash.
Oh, you know.
How close is he to me and Alara?
He's doing something suspicious. I don't know what
No,
it is,
this,
but I don't
this
like
is
it.
so awesome because I think there's a unique interaction that you just created.
Me?
I don't know if you're even aware of it.
I don't know
Me?
if I.
Yeah.
I think I know what you might be talking about, but I'm not positive. And
Okay.
does it have to do with counterspelling?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Which it's kind of an iffy ruling. Like, I think I'm going to make a ruling on it that it works in your favor. But I think one could argue that a counterspell doesn't target a creature, it targets a spell, but whatever. Okay, so now
Oh, I see.
your spells cannot be counterspelled inside the globe of invulnerability.
Really?
Can we cast spells out of it?
You sure can.
Awesome.
Wait, who's in the globe?
We're all in the globe, 20-foot radius. I
Holy
mean,
shit.
10-foot radius.
Oh wow. Okay.
Wow. Thought it was like a personal. Oh, okay.
Yeah, me too.
Do I?
It's centered on me though, so just and I can't move it.
Can we exit the globe?
We can walk out and people can walk in.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Yep. It's just for magic.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Does my surprise action count in this initiative?
You can go if you wish to.
Okay, because I think Alar is about to get us out of here.
Well, 6 pirates have initiative that haven't taken it. Well, 5 do.
And
Oh,
and legendary actions.
Actually, no. There were 7, and you slowed.
2 of them
Two
were
of
out
them.
of the fight.
Were out of the
this
fight.
round, at
Yeah.
least.
Okay.
And then another one got stunned. So there's 4, right?
Yes.
Can I, James? You're just protecting.
Yes.
Okay. Cass will reach down to the deck of the ship. Is it wood or metal?
Wood.
Like ship. Okay. And his hands begin to glow green, and just threads of splinters from all along the ship like wind their way out and form into a very large magical hand that begins to like blossom flowers on it. I'm gonna cast Arcane Hand.
That's awesome. Okay.
And
So I think that like a portion of the ship is just ripped out as there's like wooden hand that's got like thorn vines and like flowers on it.
it doesn't destroy the ship. Like it's a bunch of tiny like long splinters that like leave. Just structural integrity is still sound.
Yeah.
And I don't know which of these options I should use to do it, but I would like to rip the chain of the zombie body off and have my hand holding it. I can do a clenched fist to make a strike, forceful hand to push something. Oh, grasping hand to grapple a creature. I mean, probably grappling. But it's not a creature.
Whoa. Okay, hold on. So you can grab this thing and try to just like so you're trying to rip it.
I want to rip it off of its lift that it was on. So my hand has control of the chain.
Okay. Give me a spell attack roll here.
Using my stuff or my stuff.
Oh, that's a good point. You can tell you what. Your choice would be a spell attack roll or a strength check.
Probably a strength check since it has a +8 to strength.
And go ahead and add your proficiency to that. Don't tell me what you roll yet, because let me put a DC here.
Okay.
3 of these. Wow. Okay. Good.
21.
Okay. I rolled for the DC. I rolled 4d12s for the DC, and I got a 13.
Oh my god.
Okay. So I'll tell you what. You can make the choice. You can take the creature. You could also take the sword that's with it. That impaled it to the lift.
I'll tell you what my goal is, because I can summon it at a point, make an attack, and move it when it first appears. So I wanted to grab the chain and then move it 60 feet out into the ocean and let go. If it brings, I want to bring the body with it, and everything else that might accompany whatever is attached to the body.
Okay.
I
Give
like it.
me an intelligence check here.
Ooh, I'm not very smart. No, I'm not. That's a 4.
Okay. Yeah, easy to do. You grab it and you like fling it out into the ocean, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As that happens, you just hear Elhorn just yell, "What? He's grabbing Kresnik! Stop him, you idiots!" And his attention is on that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Is that everybody? I think that's. Yeah, you guys all elected to immediately go, which I didn't necessarily expect. Okay. Now we're gonna resolve some pirates. So
Armady.
the first one is gonna be just this kind of like wiry looking half orc. Okay, he is going to attempt to grab Sundara and pull her out of the globe. So there's going to be a contested athletics or acrobatics check. I'm going to give you advantage because you're dodging.
Okay.
Slow is gone, by the way.
Okay. We'll say it still slowed these ones down enough where they're not going to be able to act this turn.
Okay.
Got a 15.
Okay, I rolled a hot 9. Okay. That's one. Another one is going to come in and attempt to thunderwave all of you to the east.
Is this something that would affect Alara?
Yes.
Then I unleash my action.
Okay.
That was something. And he's within 5 feet of me?
Yep.
And he's casting a spell?
Yep.
Does that mean I have advantage?
I don't know. Do you?
I have Mage Slayer.
I don't think that gives you advantage. I think you have advantage on a saving throw if something tries to cast a spell on you within 5 feet.
I can just make a reaction to attack.
Yeah, you can just do a reaction attack right now.
Okay, so then I would continue to hold my
Turn.
action.
Okay.
But I
You
will
want to
make
hit this one?
Okay.
Yeah, I want to smash.
Okay. He's taken a good bit of damage from Samugi. Like, I mean, they're pretty hard. These are tough, but
A 20 to hit.
that hits. So this is not Great Weapon Master, I'm assuming.
No. We are going to use our new move to Stone Strike.
Okay.
So add a d6. That is a total of 19 points of damage, and he is moved. He needs to make a strength saving throw of 17.
Fail.
Then he is pushed 10 feet away.
Go
Okay.
ferret.
Here's what I'm
Can
gonna
I add the 5 feet from Crusher to that as well?
do. You can.
Okay, so 15 feet. Get him out of here.
I'm gonna give him an athletics check to see if he can recover enough movement to make this attack, because I haven't exactly decided how close he was to this. So
We'd
because
have
he
to
moved
be inside the globe to cast magic at us in the globe.
right, so he'd essentially have to. He wasn't knocked prone or anything, so he'd essentially have to make an additional like 15 feet of movement, which if he was already 5 feet away from you guys when we started, he would be able to do. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna roll an athletics check, and I'm gonna make the DC 10 plus the distance that you moved him, which is 25. He fails. So
This guy's got some
okay, so he's not able to do anything. He casts the spell. He gets within range to cast a spell, but it has no effect on you because of the globe of invulnerability. So he's out. So I've got 2 more.
That is a cool feat, I must say.
Can you do that all the time, or is it just once?
I can do it 4 times, and then I have to have a long rest.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
um,
Pretty high DC too, 17.
okay. Um, so what'd you say, James?
I said it's a pretty high DC, 17. Interesting. It's like my strength plus my
okay. Gotcha.
something plus something else.
Okay.
I don't know.
Now we're gonna go towards the big Triton one.
Oh, the fat guy?
Yep. He's going to run in. He's going to go into a rage. And he's going to attempt to make a grapple on both Alara and Sandara.
Okay, so then I'd like to use my action.
Okay.
If he's making a move on Alara.
He's taken the least amount of damage. And he
That's-
looks like he might be the hardiest.
Yeah, that's fine. He's also in a rage, so. I'd like to use my fuck. What is it called? My vow of enmity.
Okay. So because we're doing this kind of like loosey-goosey with time and you're doing a reaction, essentially your whole turn is a reaction, I'll say you'll be able to do all this before he gets off the rage. Because like the rage, sorry, I'm using very like magic terminology here, but the rage is essentially like the thing that is triggering your whole turn. So your whole turn will resolve before that trigger goes off. So if that affects what you would do.
I mean, no, this just gives me advantage on attack rolls against him. So,
Just check.
actually,
Okay. So Vow of Enmity, you have advantage. So you take the rest of your turn.
28 hit.
That hits.
And 27 hit.
Both hit.
Okay. So we're going to use a trip attack. It's a strength save. 17.
Believe it or not, he actually fails with a natural 3.
Ooh. So
Oh,
that's
nice.
15 points plus. 21 points of damage for that first attack. He's prone. Okay. The next attack is Plus, we're gonna stone strike him while he's on the ground. 15. So 17 points of damage, but he is pushed 15 feet backwards on the ground.
Okay.
And that is everything I can do.
Okay. We're gonna go back to his turn.
Okay.
He's gonna get up with 5 feet of his movement. He's pushed back 15 feet. We'll say here to use 20 feet of movement. Actually, I'll roll to see how much movement he used to get to you. Cocked. So he used 15 feet of movement. So 15 minus 15. So he can close the distance with you guys, but he just can't. He's going to try to break this up. So he's going to run in and try to grab probably one of the lighter looking ones. He'll grab, let's see, Cass. And he's going to try to like throw you out of the invulnerability circle here.
Is a grapple check an attack roll by any chance?
Usually it's I kind of go back and forth. I'll say yes.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to shunt him.
Is a wisdom save?
It's a wisdom save. 17.
Fail. So he'll choose a new target. He'll choose Sandara.
Well, he's gone.
Oh, I thought that was the thing where he has to choose a new target.
Nope, that's the thing where I send him to another place in time, and he is gone until the start of his next turn. In the exact same place. He reappears.
Okay. Okay. So he's shunted. He's gone.
Your
he just
defense right now?
it's pretty
So
good.
I'm just. You guys all
We
have these
are
crazy abilities.
no. I mean, without you, these people would just have come in. You're like literally manhandling them.
I mean,
or manhandling them right out. So
you took 2 of them out of the fight by knocking them around. I've got one more.
This is synergy.
I want to say visually, he just like walks or runs towards me, and I point my gun at him. Nothing fires, but as he's walking, it's like the air just shatters, like fractures all through it, and he just passes straight through.
Yeah.
Like Doctor Strange Mirror Dimension?
Reappears. Yeah, sure. I don't.
Can we also say that you pull out your gun like an old western where you're like?
Oh yeah, it's totally hip fire. A little clumsily out of the pocket, but yeah.
And I because we're all chiming in, I love those that you actually like pull the trigger and there's just a click right before that happens. Okay. My last chance to fuck this up. Okay. I just want to break this party up. Okay. Last one. This is gonna be a battle master coming in.
Cool.
He's gonna step in. He is gonna swing. Actually, he's gonna be an unarmed battle master too. So he's gonna just run in with like a jumping flying kick at Sandara.
Love it.
Natural 19 down to a 13, but with his modifiers, that brings us to a 20.
I'm gonna go ahead and shield as my reaction.
Hell yeah.
Okay. You still have your reaction. He's going to switch targets. He's going to now go for Cass.
Yeah, okay.
So sorry.
He's just going to go for like a Sparta kick. Try to kick you out of the circle. 17?
My AC is 18 with this armor.
Okay. So he jumps in for a flying kick. bounces off an arcane barrier, kind of spins, and then just like gets a little bit of momentum, and like goes for like a door kicking Sparta kick at Cass. You just like sidestep it. He steps out of the circle. That brings to Alara an initiative. This whole time she's just been like chanting. You hear like this chorus of louder and louder chants. Um, um, and then at some point her eyes just like flash white, and then almost like reactionary just like reaches out and grabs two of you. The rest of you, knowing what's happening, lock hands, and then as she finishes the incantation, you all blink out of existence. I cannot counterspell it, so it just resolves, and you all find yourself on the ship.
Our ship?
Yep.
Your ship
So
in New
cool.
Callum. You are soaked from the rain, and as you look around, you just see Leland just kind of like walks by you, just goes, Captain, 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 Captain.
Son of a sh-
And you see your crewmate Nick, who's like,
Oh shit.
he looks like he's got like some cards in his hand, and then you see Autoluke on your ship too, with like a knife in his hand and his like hand outstretched on a board. And then he's just like sees one and goes, "Oh, didn't expect you all to be back so soon. I was just playing a game of cards and knifey fingers."
Okay.
Do you just visit our ship when we're gone?
He was here when we left.
I thought he left.
I did,
And
but
then
I
you just came
came
back.
back because I knew you would be gone.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
Cool.
Did we bring Danny Boy back with us?
No,
Nah,
we have to go
he's
back.
in Langston. He's just in Langston somewhere. So
Seemed
we
like
can
he
just
was
send
there.
him a message. Just hey, head on back to
Yeah.
hole up for a little bit or something.
We'll wait for you.
He
Yeah.
ain't making it out of that city.
As you all did the same fucking thing you always do, just run into a city, blow shit up, and then teleport out. We'll end our session here, and then you guys out of game can like discuss what you're gonna do next.
What the actual F?
I like how Eddie was the one who like we, and then he left when we got there.
I know he
Yeah,
initiated
okay.
like this path, and then like made the decision, and then he
We don't want
dipped
to
out.
be here. Oh,
Not for the
man.
consequences of it.
Goodness.
But that I mean that went
That went
really
pretty well.
Yeah.
It went
All things
significantly
considered.
better than I thought it was going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, the synergy was on point. That was beautiful.
Yeah, you guys did very well in surviving an encounter that may or may not have been necessary, because you're just like, I think this guy wants to kill us. Let's see if he wants to kill us. You show up, and then he tries to extort you, and you're like, we're out.
No, I'm not giving up another artifact. No, you can have
And
one.
the control of our ship? No, we're
Yeah.
not just gonna do whatever you say, POS.
Whoa.